remains a practical means for each one in the group. We have still not revealed how the group gives itself permanence by taking itself as its own object. The only permanence we have thus far encountered is that of either the organism or the practico-inert. The question of permanence is the issue of a new statute of being for the group, which we must now examine. The group gives itself permanence by taking itself as its own object. The practical device that accomplishes this is the oath, or pledge, i.e. serment. As is true of all relations within the group, the pledge is also a mediated reciprocity. I am able to pledge to every other individual only through the mediation of the group and only insofar as I am already within the group. Furthermore, I can pledge only on the condition that every other in the group is pledging to me. The actual serial taking of the pledge is irrelevant. The first person taking the pledge takes it within the practical context in which all have agreed to pledge. I thus pledge as a regulatory third. I pledge here, within my project, my faithfulness and that of everyone in the group because it is already given to me that all the others are pledging me and themselves. The pledge, for Sartre, is not a mere secondary phenomenon that leaves untouched the essential structure of our lives. It is not a mere collection of words or subjective thoughts. Nor is the pledge to be confused with some form of historical social contract, for this presupposes individuals whose free isolation is a product rather than a cause of society. Point 2 Instead, the pledge is a radical modification of that unique materiality, the human organism, precisely as this organism both totalizes its environment through freedom and, reciprocally, is totalized by it. Within this totalizing process, two aspects can be distinguished, that of freedom, or praxis, precisely as transcending the inertia of matter toward new goals, and the inertia itself. In the text of the critique, the terms being, ontological statute, and inorganic refer to the inertia of matter. But we must not interpret these terms in an Aristotelian or Cartesian sense. To repeat, all matter that we encounter in the world is humanized matter. A stone is matter already altered by the human organism. Furthermore, the terms ontological, being, and inorganic refer not to analytic classifications but to everyday states of the human organism in relation to its environment. When these terms are applied to the group, they indicate the unique way the group gives itself permanence through the pledge. The pledge establishes a unique type of inertia within the world, that of freedom's limiting itself. In being and nothingness, Sartre had already stated that the only limitation of freedom is another freedom. The other can comprehend my project and transcend it within his project. This limitation is very abstract, because I can change my project, transcending his transcendence. But in the context of the critique it is clear that the anti-praxis of the practico-inert field transcends both our freedoms. Through the pledge, however, we establish our own inertia to combat the inertia of the practico-inert. The group infusion survives as a pledged group by giving itself an organizational structure that imitates organic structure. The organic structure imitate is, of course, that of the practical human organism. The human organism is practical, since it is given as working within the exigency and necessity of a practico-inert field altered by the praxis of other, larger groups. The BA still is already given within the practico-inert reality of France. The members of the pledged group do not, therefore, invent organization. Rather, they interiorize this exteriorized interiority, the Bastille, and re-exteriorize it as a structure of their own permanence. But what precisely is this unique inertia that the pledge establishes within the group? It is the limitation of my freedom from within itself. Let us recall that, for Sartre, circumstances do not limit freedom, because freedom is of itself thoroughly circumstantial. Nor does predictability limit freedom, it is accidental to my praxis that another, from an advantageous position, may be able to see the outcome of my action, for example, that I am walking into a trap. The other's freedom can indeed limit my freedom, but not from within my consciousness. The child Janet puts an object in his pocket, his foster parents see it as theft. The only inner limitation of freedom would be a limitation of my project itself. This cannot occur on the level of individual praxis. My own limitation of my project would be a new project and not the former, as I might, for example, I first decide to travel around the world and then decide to stay at home and save the money. But within the group, I limit myself from within, through the common limitation of every other. As I am making my pledge to remain in the group, I encounter the pledge of every other as a common other freedom limiting my freedom. I freely pledge as one already freely within the group I pledge to accept the limitation of every other freedom on my freedom, as I am the limit of every other. Again, we must keep in mind that everything is a question of praxis. The group has ceased its heated activity, but it is still in existence. The goal of victory has not yet been achieved. The group in existence now takes itself as its own object in order to continue. The pledge / could never establish a group, for, at the moment of pledging, each must know that the other has already implicitly pledged. Sartre distinguishes two moments, or aspects, in the pledge. First, I pledge so that everyone may pledge. I pledge to remain faithful to the group, to limit my freedom to the common project, so that everyone may remain faithful in order to ensure victory. Second, I also pledge so that I may protect myself against my own freedom. The possibility of being a traitor arises only through the group, and this formal possibility exists even after the pledge. But, as the moment of pledging, I allow every other pledge to be my own guarantee against my future capability of changing. As I pledge, the freedom of every other comes to me as a unique other, namely, as a freedom limiting itself and me. In a group in fusion, I encounter the other through our common object, such as the storming of the Bastille. But in the pledged group, I encounter the other in his freedom, that is, in his free project. Each pledge is able to limit himself, because innumerable other pledges have limited themselves. Each one gives the assurance not to betray the group so that this common other freedom can protect the individual from his own betrayal. Through the pledge, each person freely commits himself to a common, untranscendable limit to his freedom. This common other freedom is neither purely transcendent to each freedom nor purely immanent within it, it is a detotalized totality composed of epicenters of pledged freedoms. It has, Satres says, a triple character of untranscendability, it is an exigence, insofar as it has a claim on each freedom, it is a framework, for it gives the context for praxis, and it is the basis of every praxis in the group. The question now arises of revealing the intelligibility of the triple character of this untranscendability. Again, for Sartre, it is not the inorganic world but the practical human organism that is intelligible, first and foremost. Intelligibility is an aspect of individual praxis, and thus the question of how praxis can be both individual and common arises again, now at a different level. Specifically, the issue here is to understand the claim that this common other freedom has on each individual. Sartre says that the problem has two aspects. First, we must see how individual praxis establishes the continuity of the pledge, that is, how the pledge is constantly recreated through praxis. Second, since the pledge occurs after the heat of action, we must see whence the pledge attains its force. Sartre responds to both issues together. The pledge derives its continuity and force from its occurrence in and through violence. In the explicit form in which it occurs in the pledged group, this violence is qualitatively different from that of the group in fusion. The 185 The statutory group. Violence within the group in fusion aims at overcoming the necessity of the practico inert, that is, it is directed outward toward combating anti-praxis. In the heat of action, there is no practical possibility that someone will desert the group. Nevertheless, if one did attempt to betray the group, and not merely mistake its purpose, then a new violence that had always existed implicitly would become explicit, namely, terror. 3. Terror is the right that each person in the group has over the life and death of every other person. Reciprocally, Terror is the totality of epicenters of each person's terror, insofar as this totality is the common, untranscendable horizon of each person's freedom. The term right is not to be understood in any specific context of rights and duty, for these are a matter of custom and circumstances. The term here merely designates the general origin of all juridical power. Sartre also notes that terror is the origin of all the forms of the sacred. The sacred is a greater than human power over human life, and the origin of terror shows how this power is created by individual praxis. We can comprehend the intelligibility of the pledged group by seeing that it creates fear of itself to replace the diminishing fear of the enemy. In the fused state, the group spontaneously fights in the face of fear in order to raise itself from inhumanity to humanity. Sartre says that these abstract terms humanity and inhumanity are useful because they signify, at different stages, our attempt to free ourselves from necessity, that is from the forces of anti-praxis. It is obvious but important to keep in mind that, throughout the critique, Sartre is always considering the group insofar as its original purpose is to give greater freedom to each individual. The pledged group makes explicit the juridical power of each member over the life of the others, which was implicit in the group infusion. The pledged group does this by taking itself as its own object, specifically by creating fear in the form of terror. Thus terror, as the right of each one over the life of every other and of every other over the life of each one, is the intelligible structure of the pledged group. Terror is a specific aspect of totalization, and it has its own temporality its unique form of mediated reciprocities. Through the pledge, I am born into a new humanity that originates at the historic moment of the pledge with its concrete physical symbol S, even if these consist of merely the place in which the group established its permanence. The new future is the specific goal of the group, a victory over some form of antipraxis. The group also has a distinctive memory, which Satres says is important but too complex to analyze at present. Terror also creates the very context of all the concrete forms of mediated reciprocities, such as love, fraternity, and even hate. Within the context of individual praxis, love, for example, can occur only as non-historical, that is, as a local relation between individuals precisely insofar as they are isolated from their historical milieu. This discussion is an interpretation of Sartre's views. One loves at the price of being alienated from history. But, through the fraternity terror that the pledge creates, love can be a historical phenomenon, a relation of reciprocity that is between individuals not as separate entities but as members of a group fighting against inhumanity. As an individual, no one can rise above the inhumanity created by necessity, that is, above the destiny in which anti-praxis engulfs every praxis as individual. Furthermore, each individual is a possible center of rupture as well as a present center of continuity. Only by freely giving the juridical power of our lives to each other can we forge a common freedom, powerful enough to meet the force of counter-finality. 3. The organization, Sartre's procedure of going from the abstract to the concrete is aimed, as we have so often noted, at helping us to comprehend the historical richness and complexities of our everyday behavior, precisely insofar as it is historical. The critique thus proceeds from the abstract, local, relatively autonomous level of simple non-historical action to the concrete level of group praxis. As each new level introduces an apparent density to the transparency of action, the question of intelligibility is raised anew. Here, we investigate the distinctiveness of group praxis, that is, we examine the question of whether organization and inertia alienate individual praxis, making it being rather than practical activity. This question also raises the issue of the distinctive character of common praxis. Sartre here considers the conditions of common praxis. Later, in chapter 4, he examines the nature of common praxis. Sartre's basic point is that organization is intelligible because it enhances rather than mitigates freedom. Organization is a distribution of tasks in order to accomplish a common purpose. If it is a fulfillment of the spontaneous differentiation that arises from the group infusion, then it should reveal common praxis to be more concrete, rich, and free than individual praxis. If this is so, organized praxis will also be intelligible. We must thus stud what Sartre calls the new statute, i.e. statute, of the common individual, the state in which praxis determines its relation to its object by the way the group first acts on itself. The action of the group on itself is organization as praxis. We must correctly place the issue concerning the common statute. The presence of what are normally called individual differences, differences of personality, does not of itself answer the question of how praxis can be free while also limited to a task assigned by the group. First and most obviously, if these differences are not related to the task to be done, then they are unrelated to praxis precisely as it is common. To be a devoted parent may affect personal relations at home but not necessarily one's participation in a groupie. The more important question, however, is whether the individual style of fulfilling one's task is the answer to how praxis can be both individual and common. But, as we will see, style of itself is not enough to make a praxis both common and individual. Sartre illustrates the relation between individual praxis and the common result by two examples, a football team and an airplane pilot. When one joins a football team, one accepts a function that has already been specified by the rules of the game, such as being a halfback. At this level, rights and duties are not merely reciprocal, they are equivalent. The duty to be a good halfback is the right to be trained properly, and the team's right to have a competent player is its duty to provide training and equipment. The web of these lines of rights and duties gives rise to power that must be maintained, in some way, if the group is to continue. The good halfback works within this web of power in such a way that by surpassing the abstract form specified by his function he fulfills himself as a halfback. He is better than the halfback on an opposing team not by going outside his assigned task but by the way the concrete choices he makes on the field transcend the schema of his functions. Only in an abstract situation is praxis reduced to function and routine, as when a very strong team plays a familiar, weak team on its home field. But generally, the difference between winning and losing is the difference between the concrete choices the players make on the field. The point is that praxis, while regulated by function, is not reducible to it. The style of the halfback is not something added to his playing, it is his playing. The abstract schema of his function does not dictate his concrete choices on the field. This abstract schema is merely the chosen context of praxis, just as nationality is a context given by birth. The example of an airplane pilot shows how praxis is not the mere actualization of the functions given by tools and techniques. In times of emergency, the pilot has the final decision about the precise use of the plane, but this is to stress the negative aspect of tools and instruments. In the concrete, tools and techniques give the context for the temporality of praxis. The speed of thought as well as action, the temporality of the world, arise from the airplane. In general, tools and techniques establish in matter a hexis, a habituation from which there arises the distinctive temporality of praxis. Obviously, the pilot of a passenger plane works within a distinctive temporalization of the world. Both of these examples help us to understand the difference between the way the individual is related to the group and the way he is related to the practico-inert. In the field of practico-inert, matter produces its own idea and the individual goal is overcome by the anti-praxis of this idea. In relation to group praxis, on the contrary, the idea is itself a human endeavor to develop a world. Whether this idea be a world of sports or a world brought together through travel, we encounter, at this level where class alienation is not yet considered, nothing but individual participation in a group's transformation of matter into a world. We will see that praxis fulfills itself here in a way exactly opposite to the way it does when the individual confronts class being. We have already noted that in trying to surpass class being, the individual fulfills it. The worker who attempts to develop uniqueness and personality away from the workplace establishes thereby an alienated, isolated life as a worker. But, in the group, on the contrary, the very attempt to be distinctive is the attempt to fulfill one's function. To be a good football player or pilot is to transcend the schema that specifies these functions in order better to transform the world into a common result. Sartre notes, we encounter the organic individual as an isolated agent in the first moment of his concrete truth, e. 45-3, f. 466, nf. 505. Truth, for Sartre, is neither correspondence nor a system bulletin t, in this context, the way an individual fulfill his possibilities. These observations, however, do not properly define the meaning and intelligibility of the common individual stated, that is, the way the individual acts within an organized group to accomplish a common result. The answer is that in group praxis, every individual result, no matter how distinctive, is a means for the common result. The unique playing of the good halfback is absorbed by the team in its own aim of winning the game, and the brilliance of the pilot is directed toward the safe landing of the passengers. In the viable, organized group, i.e. group organize, distinctiveness and originality are not for their own sake but for that of the common goal. In this respect, the individual organism stands both below and beyond the common individual, that is, the individual as common. Through the pledge, the individual organism gives rise to the individual as common. Reciprocally, the common individual is fulfilled only insofar as the schema of his function is transcended by him as an individual. Of course, in the visible group, this moment of surpassing is not for itself, it is aimed at the common result. Sartre notes that it is rare to find a laissez-faire team spirit in sports, but such a lack is the rule in the theater. The actor lives for the moment of his personal interpretation, and he uses everyone else to help him achieve his own distinctiveness. Organization thus does not of itself lead to alienating praxis. Alienation results not from the constraints of a situation but from the presence of an anti-praxis that redirects praxis. Through the group, however, the individual inserts organizational structure with the concrete situation. Organization, like tools and techniques, allows freedom to be efficacious. We have noted that Sartre distinguishes his procedure from that of Marx by claiming that here, in the Critique, he is concerned with the question of being. We have seen also that this question is twofold. It concerns both the unique materiality of the human reality and the permanent structures of matter. That is, the question of being concerns the relation between freedom and inertia. At this stage of the Critique, the question is one of determining. 190 Book II, From Groups to History, Part I. How our freedom is restructured by organized praxis. Function is thus not a fleeting or accidental modification of our existence but rather an aspect of our historical being. As a FURTHER development of the group in fusion and the pledged group, the distinctive praxis of the organized group is that it directly acts on the members of the group. This organized praxis is itself a NUFORMOF, the same mediated reciprocity that initiated the group in Gisayan, and FO stirred the pledged group. We must now attempt, with Sartre, to examine this new mediation and reciprocity. In the group infusion, mediation and reciprocity are an aspect of the lived praxis by which each individual interiorizes multiplicity. I see, Sartre says, the advent of myself in the other, the same, insofar as the other sees the advent of himself in me, and, through this very movement of regroupment, everyone becomes in turn a constituent and a constituted third party, e. 470, f. 479, nf. 566. That is, in the moment of fusion, there arises a new modification of the I. The I, at this level, is no longer our intimate awareness of our own behavior and our existence in the world as an object for ourselves and others. Rather, the I is the same for each member of the group, and, through this reciprocal mediation, each one constitutes the other and is constituted by the other as the same third. Alterity and seriality disappear in the heat of action. But such tension cannot be sustained, and it is the pledge that gives the new group a more permanent statute. Through the pledge, each one gives to the other the right to life, and through this fraternity terror a new mediated reciprocity occurs. In the group infusion, mediation is spontaneous. It is, in the language of being and nothingness, a radical modification of the pre-reflective cogito. Only freedom can limit freedom, and, in the group infusion, this limitation is a mutual limitation of each member by each other, insofar as it occurs in the heat of action. The pledge now preserves this modification on a reflective level. Freedom works on freedom so that it becomes a type of worked matter carrying inertia in the absence of its object. In the group infusion, the actual presence of the enemy as well as the movement of my comrades makes every elsewhere to be here. In the heat of battle, the physical separateness and alderity of each individual are effectively eliminated, although implicitly present. As the heat of action dies down, both physical separateness and the need for a diversity of tasks become explicit. Through the pledge, I affirm that J will not allow the absence of my companion or the diversity of tasks to break the group. Organization is thus a new development of the mediated reciprocity of the group. Organized praxis is the praxis of the group on itself, in which what A does for the common goal depends on what B does, and vice versa. This distribution of tasks creates both reciprocal inertia and a new type of alderity. Through the bonds of the pledge, reciprocity becomes centrifugal, cn. Trifuge, that is, despite the physical separateness of the members of the group and despite the fact that the group's praxis is directed toward a common goal, each person is nevertheless related to every other through the diversity of their functions. Group praxis thus produces a cultured alderity in place of a natural alderity such as might result from differences of birth or environment. This new alderity is based on the fraternity-terror relation that gives rise to the sameness of each as a common individual. Each person submerges natural differences in order to accomplish the common goal and then accepts new differences required by the task to be done. Furthermore, this alderity is completely intelligible. It is only because the other is different from me that we can both work equally toward the common goal. This cultured alderity is further specified by the unique mediated reciprocity of organized praxis. All group praxis is characterized by mediated reciprocity. But both in the group infusion and the early stages of the pledged group, this mediated reciprocity of one to all and of all to one is more easily understood. Each is related to all others as a common individual who is the same as they are. In the organized group, however, the mediation is a complexity of diverse reciprocal relations. Sartre notes that a positivistic logic would regard this as paradoxical. The relations of a doctor to a patient or of a doctor to a lawyer are not reciprocal. In an organized group, such as a football team, however, the diverse functions are reciprocal because they take place within a totalization already effected by the pledge. This mediated reciprocity is also a totalization of subsets of reciprocities. The x's are mutually related to the y's only insofar as both are mutually related to the m's and the n's, and both are mutually related only insofar as they are related to the common praxis. Sartre notes that a calculus of the subsets of reciprocities would be revealing and that cybernetics adumbrates such a theory. Nevertheless, a calculus would leave out the synthetic unity of these relations, abstracting from the crucial fact that these relations take place only within a given bond to accomplish a given goal. Organized praxis thus works within the synthetic bond of the pledge, and it causes every relation within the group to be a relation of reciprocity. Relations that outside the group are normally relations of exteriority, such as that between the children and the old in a nation, become involuntary reciprocities within a group, through organized praxis. These involuntary reciprocities are real, and they further alter the praxis of the group. 2. The mediated reciprocity of organized praxis occurs on many levels, some related to the common praxis directly, others indirectly. The organized group is, in Sartre's term, pluridimensional. These relations, some voluntary, some involuntary, are sustained because freedom freely limits itself by structuring reciprocal inertias that function as a sort of inorganic materiality of freedom. This freely created inertia will be examined later. Now we must determine whether organization can truly be a praxis, continually restructuring itself to fit new circumstances, or whether freedom has here become static and inert. The seemingly paradoxical feature of organized praxis is that, as organized, it has definite structures that can be put in mathematical relation and studied by the exact sciences, and yet it is free. Indeed, it seems paradoxical that structure makes freedom more efficacious. We can begin to see how this is possible by realizing that the distinctive intelligibility of organized praxis comes from its structure. Structure is the objectified forms of function and, for Sartre, the works of Levi-Strauss help us to understand the reciprocal relations among these forms. Levi-Strauss, Sartre notes, has shown that structure within a group remains invariant even though different individuals substitute for the terms of the relations. In the text, Sartre quotes Levi-Strauss's example of two patrilineal and patrilocal family groups, A and B, united by the marriage of a B woman to a man. Within the group, the acquisition of a wife represents a debt owed to the group that lost a female member. Thus the family of the husband in group A acquired a negative sign, and the wife's family a positive sign, plus. In the succeeding generations, invariable laws can affix to cousins any one of the double signs, plus, plus, or, plus plus. Marriage is forbidden between the, plus plus, or, groups and allowed only between those who have the sign, plus, or, plus. Thus, regardless of individual differences, two precise mathematical sets are constituted, delineating exactly the coeligibility of its members. The significant point is that these mathematical relations follow from a praxis that aims at the common goal of combating the scarcity of individuals available to each groupie. These mathematical relations must be seen as aspects of lived relation S. Within the concrete groupie, fact and right, while not deducible from each other in the abstract, are aspects of lived, reciprocal relations. These mathematical relations must now be examined in their proper context. It is nothing other than the praxis as a pledge by which each practical organism becomes the common individual, that is, the third who is the necessary means by which the common goal is achieved. Organization introduces a more definite structure to this necessity originating from the pledge. This structure can be examined on three levels. First, there is praxis itself. Second, this implicitly includes power, freedom, and function, right duty, and third, these include a schema, or skeleton. That is, organization is first a praxis of the group on itself, second, a relation among the functions, and third, the objectified system of these functions. The important point is that the last layer, the skeletal one, while the most abstract and mathematically exact, is not foundational in the sense that it gives rise to the other two. Rather, it is itself a product of organized praxis, as praxis divided into functional relations. Thus, praxis cannot be reduced to the mathematical relations of its inert skeleton, nor can its meaning be deduced from the objectified forms of function. Structure thus draws our attention through function to the skeletal formation of praxis. In the example cited above, the eligibility of a child for marriage was specified before birth. This would appear to introduce alienation and alterity into the group. Each child is already the other who can or cannot marry. On the contrary, this is neither alienation nor alterity but an aspect of praxis as it concretely determines itself to fight the passive activity of the practico-inert. This important point needs to be examined more closely. Through organization, the group affects itself with inertia in order to combat the inertia of the practico-inert. These two inertias are qualitatively different. The first, that within the group, Sartre terms active passivity, the second, that of the practico-inert, passive activity. The active passivity of the group is completely the result of a directly intended praxis, or at least this is the case at the present abstract level of our study, where we are not considering the alienation resulting from class antagonisms. In the example given by Levi-Strauss, the determination of the child's eligibility for marriage is an aspect of the group's self-determination of how to live viably with another group. By being born into the community, the child, by what Sartre calls a second pledge, participates in the original pledge of the community. Sartre will later examine this second, more common, pledge. Here, the important point is that every initiation is reciprocal. On the one hand, the child is determined by the group, on the other hand, this determination is the child's means for its effective freedom. And we note that, for Sartre, all freedom is situational. Freedom is the way we transcend and realize a situation. There is always some situation, even when there appears not to be any. In an important footnote, Sartre says that a free-thinking family whose personal and national traditions are Catholic correctly baptizes a child, educating it so that it can decide for itself how to interiorize the structure of Catholicism. Atheism or agnosticism would simply be an other structure rather than the lack of one, and, in the child's Catholic environment, the skeletal formation of Catholicism provides the more viable means of self-improvement. For freedom is the act by which we interiorize exterior structure, actualizing and transcending it to accomplish our purpose. The organized group, in its abstract, non-alienating form, protects the individual from the unconscious structure of the practico-inert and provides consciously chosen structures. Needless to say, we are dealing here with a group formed in freedom and for freedom. The group is formed for the purpose of combating scarcity, that is, for eliminating inhumanity. The individual must thus always be free to transcend the skeletal structure within a function. A halfback cannot be free to be a quarterback, but he must be free to determine how to be a halfback. The group as a whole must also realize that its organization is always in question. The organization is not for itself, but for the common goal. The group can thus change its division of function and its exact skeletal relations. Structure and system. Structure points in two directions, to the abstract skeletal form of the group and to the more concrete interrelation of functions as they operate in their synthetic powers. In this section, structure refers to the way the individual praxis of the members of a subgroup totalize their environment in relation to the aims of a larger group. In a more technical sense, structure will later be shown to be a distinctive moment within the mediated reciprocity that characterizes organized praxis. That is, we will see that the reciprocity of each as a third is altered by the mediation of each praxis through structure. The point, once again, is to see structure as a metamorphosis of individual praxis, so as to avoid the mystification of viewing the group as a transcendent reality with a life of its own. It is of course true that, in its concrete state, the group encounters ossified structures of larger groups and that these structures have an inert unity of their own in the practico-inert field. Nevertheless, we must not let this fact obscure the important realization that, of itself, group praxis produces its own inertia to combat that of the practico-inert. Here the point is to see how a subgroup, or an individual member of a group, is both defined by the structure of the group and transcends this structure in a praxis of the common individual. Structure can be seen as introducing a new moment of reflexivity in the praxis of each individual, making the individual praxis a praxis common to all in the group. This reflexivity can be compared to the pure reflection of action. Insofar as structure is used but not taken as an explicit object of praxis. This comparison, however, must be understood correctly. In general, the characteristic of organized praxis is that it operates on its object only by first relating itself to the differentiated group. At this level, we are still concerned with elucidating the type of mediated reciprocity characteristic of organized praxis and with showing how those permanent relations discussed by Levi-Strauss are both produced and used by praxis. We can obtain a first glimpse into the intelligibility of this distinctive mediated reciprocity by seeing how a separated member of a group attempts to carry out the group's goals. Sartre uses the example of an activist in the USSR attempting to reorganize a local farm group in accordance with new Soviet policy. Abstracting from all authoritarianism and bureaucracy, the praxis of the activist reinteriorize the structure of the Soviet system. Of course, this system is itself an exteriorization of earlier interiorities. The activist's interiorization of exteriorities allows him to be both an autonomous power and an expression of Soviet policy. The power of the individual activist occurs only insofar as his individual praxis is also a common praxis that makes a larger structure to exist here, for this time. Sartre quotes Jean-Paul Earlion to show that only structure can account for both autonomy and dependence on a synthetic whole. The whole on which the activist depends is the system of inertia brought about by each person's freely limiting himself to a function in order to accomplish a common goal. At this level, the activist does not confront organization as one who is a part of a transcendent whole. Rather, there exists only the same autonomous power of each, pledging to do whatever is needed to accomplish the common goal. Discipline is also not a blind actualization of rules but the concrete means of being autonomous. The activist's autonomy is also an expression of something larger than himself, in this case the Soviet system. This simple example, however, does not reveal the distinctive mediation that takes place between praxis and structure, and it is this that we must now examine. 3. Structure and the group's idea of itself. The preceding example of the activist is meant to illustrate the type of comprehension characteristic of organizational praxis. In particular, structure is each common individual's knowledge of the group. This knowledge, both theoretical and practical, is the reflexive moment that characterizes this concrete stage of the dialectic. For the dialectic must be a comprehension of itself as dialectical. In the group infusion and the pledged group, this knowledge is implicit in the exigency of the transcendent object. The accomplishment of the common goal requires a differentiation of tasks, even in the undifferentiated state of the group infusion and the pledged group. This need for diversity is implicitly realized as the individual's knowledge of the group. 196 Book II, From Groups to History, Part I. This knowledge is the concrete form of the fraternity-terror relation. It is the basis of the group's specific idea of humanity, its truth, and its ethic, its idea of the world. In organized praxis, this knowledge is made explicit in the moment of reflexivity that structures the group. This knowledge is not necessarily thematized, rather, it is the praxis of each common individual as he is aware of both the equal autonomy of each member of the group and the need for diversity of functions. Furthermore, this knowledge can be both practical and theoretical. In this context, theoretical knowledge is not merely the matized practical knowledge, neither is it a projection of practical knowledge or the analytic skeleton of synthetic knowledge. Theoretical knowledge is one aspect of the reflexivity and the reciprocal mediation that is structure. As we have seen that structure has two faces, the skeletal interrelation, or ossature, and it is the relations of functions as duty and power. Both of these are aspects of the organized praxis. The group thus forms its own practical and theoretical idea of itself, or, better, this idea, which is structure itself, has both a practical and a theoretical aspect. The practical aspect here presents no problem, for it is praxis as performing its function as duty and power. The theoretical idea of the group is the expression of its structure as ossature. This skeletal structure is indeed thematized by the activist and professional organizer, but this thematization of structure is not an analytic knowledge. It is an aspect of the synthetic moment by which the activist works as an extension of the group, to accomplish a common goal by explaining it to those outside the group. Nevertheless, this skeletal structure is the basis for analytic knowledge, such as that provided by Levi-Strauss. Analytic knowledge is indeed a product of synthetic, dialectical knowledge as structure. This is very obvious in primitive societies where analytic knowledge is an artifact, something produced by hand. Sartre quotes a deacon's example of a primitive tribesman explaining the tribe's complex marriage relations by drawing lines of different sizes and positions on the ground. Sartre rejects Deacon's interpretation that this proves primitive tribes to be capable of abstract knowledge, as if the capacity for abstraction were a universal human trait. This, Sartre says, is putting the cart before the horse. Abstract knowledge exists to the extent that lived relations are abstract. Theoretical knowledge is the tribe's lived awareness of itself. The analytic construction is presented for the benefit of outsiders, and it is an aspect of the tribe's desire to open itself to strangers for its own purposes. Needless to say, this construction is understood to be analytic only by those whose praxis has constructed concepts as objects. In a primitive society, the analytic knowledge does not exist separately from the group's totalizing praxis. Such separation would require a second order of knowing, that is, an order that is present in our history and in which praxis itself can exist on an analytic level. Sartre is indirectly referring to a notion of ideology. There are practitioners of knowledge who accept analytic reason to be natural reason. This acceptance implies the whole complex referred to earlier in This' work, namely, a correspondence theory of truth that is supposed to justify a neutral, pluralistic view of the world. On this level, analytic reason is an alienating praxis that does not provide its own intelligibility. For the constituted dialectic, we have thus far examined what, in analytic terms, can be called the conditions for the possibility of common praxis. True, we have distinguished abstractly a constituent from a constituted dialectic, but everything that has been said up to now has concerned individual and common praxis as a constituent dialectic. In this way, we have considered the radical modification that occurs to non-historical action as it becomes historical praxis. This transformation has involved a change in the very being of the organic individual, altering the very quality of all relations of interiority. As already noted, the term organic emphasizes that our dialectic develops within a materialism that recognizes two states of matter, that of the human body and that of other things in the world. In its most abstract aspect, we have seen that praxis is serial action working in the milieu of scarcity. This leads to a fundamental alterity, or otherness, of human behavior. Each person in his otherness confronts all other persons in their otherness. Furthermore, insofar as social behavior is part of a collective, each is the other, as a third through whom mediated relations of reciprocity occur. This alterity is eliminated in the group infusion, and a new mediated reciprocity is achieved. This, in turn, is sustained by the pledge, and the common individual created by the pledge is given further permanence through the inertia introduced by organizational praxis. But all of This, Sartre remarks, is to emphasize the radical modification of the individual as interiorizing multiplicity. We have been considering the conditions of common action rather than the distinctive existence and being of common praxis. Sartre says, with perhaps the only bit of humor in the book, that the dialectic thus far has been simple and has not really attempted anything new. The problem is to see how the common result can be a distinctive reality, for individuals are the only ontological entities. Here again, we must note Sartre's radical nominalism and recall that it affirms the existence of only the concrete. 199 The constituted dialectic. Material and the meanings embedded in matter through individual praxis. The group has no ontological status as an entity, it is not a superreality, capable of being explicated by an exterior dialectic, already referred to in the first part of Sartre's introduction, 6. Indeed, the existence of such a dialectic would confront us with the paradoxes mentioned earlier concerning the exterior dialectic. Nevertheless, the group affects a common result, one beyond what any individual could produce. Although it is composed of a multiplicity of organic individuals, the group can produce a common result. The explanation for the semi-ng paradox is that the individual can comprehend the common result, though unable to produce it. Here we must recall that comprehension is an aspect of praxis itself and not an operation of an intellectual faculty. This comprehension is adumbrated in the organic individual's use of tools. The unity of a tool is that of its differentiated parts, the handle and head of a hammer, for example. In the ability to handle a tool, we see the basis for the possibility of using a differentiated unity as a means to an end. Of course, we must note again that we are not stating an ahistorical judgment about the deducibility of group praxis from the organic individual's ability to use tools. Rather, given group praxis, its intelligibility can be seen to be connected with the use of tools. On the level of being rather than process, the tool is a common product. Whether it is produced by one individual through many operations or many individuals each performing one operation, the tool is an organized structure meant to be used as a means to an end. Of course, this end is not necessarily a common end, and the comprehension and use of tools is not, of itself, group praxis. What has been said about tools can also be said about the individual's understanding of history and the many ways we use language, such as when we speak about the storming of the Bastille. Just as the individual can comprehend a common result, so the individual can organize a group as if it were a tool to accomplish goals. Historically, such groups formed around single individuals may be the least interesting, but they indicate that the intelligibility of the group does not exceed that of the individual's comprehension. Furthermore, a sovereign individual can use the freedom of others as organized inertias to accomplish a goal beyond his own powers. This shows that common praxis is not the activity of a hyperconsciousness. In the previous discussion of function, we incidentally touched upon the distinctive character of common praxis. The organic individual, we noted, was both below and beyond function. The power of function comes from the organic individual, and, in operating through function, the individual achieves a new level of sociality. But this observation brings us back to our present problem of the distinctiveness of common praxis. We seem to have avoided organicism only to fall into a nominalism and realism that evaporates the real ity of common praxis and its result. Sartre's example of the manhunt illustrates the distinctiveness of common praxis and its common result. The hunted person is well aware of the ambiguous unity of the group seeking him. They are neither a hyperorganism nor an aggregate of isolated individuals. Unlike isolated individuals who may by chance be searching for the same person, these members of the manhunt are everywhere the same. They produce a new temporality of simultaneity that makes every elsewhere to be here at the same time. Those waiting for the hunted man behind the rocks and in the trees, those encircling him, are all the same eyes and hands. No animal could hunt him in this way. The group perfects and transcends organic unity rather than imitating it. Everything within the organism, the blood, bones, and organs have the same level of temporality as the organism itself. A groupie, however, incorporates lived temporality with the passive temporality of the practico inert, so as to accomplish, through actions that are multiple and the same, a common result. The hunted man is aware that the time needed to run past the trees is given by the distance in inert matter. He also knows that the group is placing itself so as to make this passive, inert temporality its own. If the hunted man runs into one of the group, he may, for a time, struggle with him as one individual against another. But this member of the group can summon many others at ani, and even if he is defeated, the many others are still there. The common praxis is then a multiplicity of praxes, each of which is a mediation for attaining a common result. There is no embodiment of a Platonic form but a discrete number of practices brought together by the exigency of the times and united by the pledge. The distinctiveness of each one in the group is aimed at capturing the hunted man. But again, we seem to be emphasizing a modality of individual praxis, and the uniqueness of common praxis appears to have eluded us again. Group praxis is not reducible to individual praxis, and yet both are on the same level of being. That is, group praxis results from the individual's interiorization of multiplicity, and yet it is more than the sum total of discrete individual actions. This paradox cannot be resolved by an a priori analysis that attempts to relate the individual to the common praxis. We must rather turn our attention to the way the group is structured and restructured through the praxis of individuals and other groups. We have seen earlier that each person in the group in fusion acts as a regulatory third whose spontaneous commands are fulfilled by the groupie. As a group moves toward greater stability, the general character of the regulatory third becomes more specified. In a revolutionary group, an agitator-organizer will emerge. He is not a leader, nor one who commands or is in charge. But he 21 The constituted dialectic acts as a director, a medium, and a channel for popular opinion. More importantly for our present purposes, the organizer designates the common praxis as an individual, and the common praxis is understood by every individual. Whatever differentiation may occur because of specialization, the common result is not beyond the comprehension of the individual. Each person does not produce the common result as one who is incapable of understanding its nature. The individual, as Satres says, integrates himself into the group and the group has its practical limits in the individual, e. 524, f. 522, nf. 617. This point leads Sartre to make an important observation. The fundamental relation of the individual to the group is not determined by whether the authority flows downward from the top, in an authoritarian manner, or upward, from popular support. Politically, the situations will be different, different relations of reciprocity will exist. Coerciveness and terror will also change in character as they are removed from its source, which is the pledge of each to all as an equal third. But in every existence of organized praxis as organized, each common individual can comprehend the common goal and can realize that it cannot be accomplished by his own power. The common individual also implicitly recognizes that this common result must be achieved by a differentiation of powers. Moreover, he comprehends that he produces this organization through every other as a common third. Here we are beginning to reach the distinctive feature of the common praxis. It is something constituted, that is, the common individual and the common praxis are both a result and a means. An idealist philosophy would incline us to have a simplistic notion of a group as something formed by an agreement of minds. Sartre states that we must reject not only the dualism implied by such notions as mind and seul but also the notion of agreement as an innate capacity. We tend to speak of agreement among individuals as if it were self-evident that the capacity for such agreement is a philosophically neutral position from which to begin discussion. Actually, such a view implies a completely idealistic philosophy of history. It implies that, apart from concrete social conditions, truth can exist in every other as something objectively other to each. The implicit paradigm is from science. For example, we know the laws of physics as something other, something objectively neutral to our own subjective beliefs, and this objective other is the truth. Agreement, as in science, is of course possible, but the possibility of agreement is itself a social product of groups. The possibility for agreement is one from conflicts within a group. Given this agreement, a new heterogeneity of 202 Book 2, From Groups to History, Part I. Freedom can arise, one that is based on common praxis as something constituted by the conflicting praxis of individuals and subgroups. Isolation is itself a mode of behavior that an individual adopts within a group. It is becoming obvious that the group is both a product and a means. Common praxis is produced by individual praxis. Through the internal medium of organization, so that the individual can produce a result beyond his own power. Sartre illustrates this through two examples, that of a group attempting to resolve the traffic problems of Paris, and that of the more general group already alluded to, namely, the scientific community in its acts of discovery and exposition. For the most part, groups are formed to resolve conflicts in the practico-inert field. The tension resulting from the number of car owners, the number of parking lots, the need for roads to be built and maintained, and so on, is an objective state. But we must not consider this objectivity idealistically, apart from the people who live it. The owners of cars may be tangentially aware that the building of more parking lots and roads must be resolved in the milieu of scarcity of the city's budget. But, as car owners, they live this tension as a partial, contradictory solution to the traffic problem. When a group of experts is formed to solve the traffic problem, this contradictory, lived tension is not left behind. Each expert both reflects and lives, on a reflective level, each synthetic partial part, owner car, of the solution, assuming there is a solution. Aside from the fact that he represents the car owners, the expert's reputation within his group is at issue, and this reputation is an aspect of his life in the concrete. Each individual and subgroup trying to resolve the traffic problem thus relives the tensions within the practico-inert. A solution, invention, is reached not by a mere agreement of minds, but when individuals or subgroups see a way of resituating or restructuring themselves so as to attain a viable solution. They act as regulatory thirds but not without a price to themselves and to the other members of the group. By transcending itself and offering to the other members of the group a transcendence of difference toward a goal, the individual or subgroup, when effective, establishes thought. That is, each individual or subgroup within the group now restructures himself, or itself, so that the solution presented is the solution of the groupie. Thought takes place in each as something everywhere the same, because, through the regulatory third, a new group has emerged. Universality is consequently not an innate quality of a human nature but something constituted by the social process. Within this milieu of one agreement, discussion can now take place, difference of opinion can now be weighed. Finding a solution is the synthetic, individual relation between structures brought together in living synthesis and the structural relations rearranged in response to the synthesis, in a practical field rent by contradictory exigencies. For Sartre, scientific agreement has no more privileged status than that of any solution found by a group. Here we may note that, in general, science tends to give priority to the mode of exposition. It is accepted that discovery may be due to personal idiosyncrasy, but exposition must be universally communicable to all members of the scientific community. This is presented as if it were a socially unconditional truth. There are isolated individuals who may discover a scientific truth, but scientific truths can only be verified when they can be subjected to objective tests. Actually, once this position has been explicated, we recognize its philosophic presuppositions as well as its social context. Indeed, only in something resembling a Cartesian philosophy could an individual mind discover a truth and then formulate it for others to AC knowledge. When science is placed within its concrete, historical context, we recognize that scientific discovery is itself something that takes place only within a given community in which universality and agreement have become the accepted mode of truth. Whatever accidents or bizarre psychological insights, such as dreams, may occasion a scientific discovery, they already imply the universality and truth they seemingly oppose. In the very act of seeking a solution or discovery, the scientist already acts within a reason that has been constituted by group praxis, a reason in which universality is something historically one. The scientist then uses the common praxis precisely in order to surpass it. The surpassing becomes a discovery, which then acts as a regulatory third, by means of which everyone sees the same truth here as there. But alterity is eliminated and universality achieved only because the scientist works within a pledged groupie, that is, a group that already lives the world scientifically. On one level, the scientific attitude does not seem to challenge the existence of a scientist. No matter what his class or society, he can agree with a fellow scientist about a scientific truth. Bulletin on a deeper level, his life reflects a conflict that is in the society itself. The same medicine can cure the rich and the poor, friends and enemies, the same bombs kill all indiscriminately. Thus, the scientist as a concrete individual uses the common praxis of science to formulate scientific truths. But this common praxis is only one moment in the dialectic of his life as a scientist. The common praxis of science aims at being something independent of and superior to individual praxis. In a very spechal it aims at being the activity of an independent, scientific hyper-consciousness. The scientist's goal is that science should produce science. But this goal is itself something humanly produced through the organization of group praxis. Group praxis produces an inertial system, such as science, within which any individual can produce a common praxis that exceeds the power of individual praxis. But this moment is an aspect of the individual's fully concrete praxis. We must now study more closely this inertial system produced by group praxis. 204 Book II, From Groups to HI Story, Part 1. 4. Praxisasprocess, the distinct intelligibility of common praxis follows from its degree of translucence, which, as we have seen, is less than that of individual praxis. We have already seen that common praxis is imbued with inertia, arising from the pledge, function, and organization. Freedom freely limits itself, and these limitations are then accepted as something given. Thus, once the group has specified its functions, the individual then experiences the organization, with its rights and duties, as having an inertia of its own. 1 of the characteristics of the organizational group, however, is that it is hierarchical, its members encounter inertia on different levels. In the concrete, a group interacts with the seriality in a society on many levels. A football team is not free to direct its energies merely to winning a game. Aside from the antagonism that may result because the teams are owned by managers, the simple necessity of transporting its members brings the team into contact with the inertia of the practico-inert field. The team must depend on the system of public or private transportation, and even if it has transportation of its own, it must depend on drivers and mechanical parts. The group's viability thus depends on its links with the practico-inert field. On one level, the task of the group is merely to cope with these links, such as its relation to transportation. Here again, Sartre notes, we can see how a group is different from an organism. In an organism, relations of distance are themselves organic. It is only when something goes wrong that the organic individual experiences distance as something inert. I swallow a painfully hot liquid and feel it going down my throat. Group praxis, however, always works across a field in which distance remains an aspect of the inert environment. One practical consequence of this is that the group's unity is always an ongoing effort. The group originated as an interiorization of multiplicity, in order to accomplish a common goal in a milieu of scarcity. On this level, the group meets the exteriorization of its interiorized multiplicity. An accident may cause one member to be isolated, another late. Group praxis thus always encounters the inertia of its own links with the practico-inert. These links are contingent, but they are not a surprise, in the sense that, from the beginning, the group recognized that it needed them if it was to operate in the world. On another level, these links occasion a new interiorization of inertia. The football team does not merely make arrangements for transportation, these arrangements themselves become a function. The group's interiorization of multiplicity includes not merely the players on the field, but also the managers, coaches, drivers, mechanics, and so on, all of whom make the game possible. These links to the practico-inert reveal common praxis as praxis process. 205 The constituted dialectic. Praxis and process are both activities directed toward a goal. But, of itself, praxis is a unified, intentional structure aimed at attaining a goal, such as a football team's praxis of winning a game. Process, however, is the concrete steps taken toward its goal in the practico-inert field. These steps are, as a totality, aimed at the common goal, but they are also more or less independent. If a football team arrives late after a long, delayed hazardous trip, this step that is normally passed over in the team's process of trying to play and win becomes a factor in the game itself. From another perspective, process can be comprehended not only as an intentional activity but also as an object within the larger practico-inert field. Both praxis and process are free activities insofar as the group determines its own rules to accomplish a freely chosen end. As seen within the larger, historical field of the practico-inert, process may appear to be carried along passively, the combat team won its battle, the nation its war, but in a larger context the victory was defeat, and, given the historical force it could not have been otherwise. If the general movement of the critique is valid, there will always be an even wider perspective from which the members of the group could have comprehended the intelligibility of their praxis and process and see hang at it in light of this new knowledge. But the important point at present is that, in a general way, this counter-praxis of the practico-inert is indeed taken into account in the very formation of the group. The group is instituted to counteract the passive activities of the practico-inert. Here the group can be comprehended as realizing the passive structures of the practico-inert precisely as these are seen to be a counter-praxis against its own praxis. All has new relations are constituted by the individuals within the group. Thus, the relations within the organized group are not only mediated but also worked relations. The group also creates its own multi-LED system of inertia to combat the complex, inertial system of the practico-inert field. T's stratified system is produced by individual praxis as it works through function to achieve a common goal. Thus, common praxis has no separate ontological status. Common praxis is constituted by the individuals mediating between the emerging common individual and the unfolding common goal. The concrete individual enters the group from a complex, serial structure that includes, for example, his family, and he works from his entire concrete existence to achieve the statute of a common individual. 5. TAYLORLSM, the distinctive intelligibility of group praxis thus lies in the fact that it is something produced. Individuals organize themselves in a way that is analogous to the way they organize matter into tools. As an object. 206 Book 2, From Groups to History, Part I. Organization is a hierarchical complexity of organic individuals and inert objects, all of which forms an inertial system through which common praxis aims at a common result. This objective system, however, is never a totality. It both aims at and negates the unity of individual organic praxis. It attempts to integrate all parts into a unity to achieve the final goal, and it simultaneously negates this unity in favor of a multiplicity of individual surpassings whose totality and power far exceed organic praxis. As a multiplicity of surpassings, group praxis is more significant in relation to the entire synthetic dialectic as it moves from constituent to constituted raison. That is, the mechanical aspect of an organizational system is comprehensible only as a movement of dialectical reason. Objectively, the product of a machine is resolvable into its composed parts, and as such, these parts can be put into a one-to-one relation with the movement of the machine. The entire production process can then be understood by analytic reason. Nevertheless, the process is only comprehensible as something produced by humans for humans. The important point at present is that common praxis is not the activity of some mysterious superorganism, but rather a completely comprehensible network of actions. This is particularly evident in the way specialization, at the end of the 19th century, ushered in the Second Industrial Revolution. Sartre refers to Frederick W. Taylor as the first of the organization men, the first to divide complex praxis into many simple parts, each capable of being performed by an individual with little training. This division does away with the praxis of the skilled laborer. Specialization works on the distinctive temporalization of a praxis, treating it not as an activity but as a passive object that can be subdivided. Each subpart has a passive temporality, one that can be measured and fixed to each individual part. On the other hand, the skilled laborer's product was effected as a unity. Temporality was an aspect of the entire process. For example, to work faster was to produce a work of inferior quality. But, Once the process is divided, temporality becomes the context and not the mere aspect of a process. The work is divided so that 6 people working together can produce more than one person working 6 times as long. The next step in Taylorism is the substitution of machines for unskilled labor. The entire praxis has now been resolved into a process. The common result is nothing more than the totality of the steps needed to accomplish it. The example of Taylorism makes 2 things very evident. First, the common praxis is something produced by a multiplicity of individual praxis to accomplish what no individual can do alone. Second, this process is not only comprehensible, it is reducible, as an object, to the sum total of its analytic parts. But this objective unity is negated by the synthetic movement of group praxis. Neither individuals nor machines can function independently of human praxis. Machines may be able to operate on their own, exclusively for 207 the constituted dialectic. Their own purpose, but this could never be a human intention. Such a world would be a hell of the practico-inert. Group praxis thus aims at constantly negating the unity of the practico-inert as well as its own unity, insofar as this tends to become ossature. We must thus now examine the unique kind of existence groups have, an existence that seeks unity while negating it. For neither the common individual nor the common praxis is ever achieved as a totality, both remain rather the organic individual's constant effort to achieve unity with other human beings through the pledge and through function. 5. The unity of the group as other. The militant. The group derives its unity from outside through others. And in this initial form its unity exists as other. J. The task of elucidating the being of a group requires that we examine the group in a more concrete social setting. The term being, in this sense, refers to the unity of a group, and an idealism might attempt to determine this unity independently of its fluid, complex, material environment. But, from his early monograph, The Transcendence of the Ego, Sartre has consistently held to the view that unity and being are synthesis, the result of freedom working matter and being reworked by it. Thus far, we have been examining both group praxis and seriality separately as if they could occur independently of each other. It is now evident that seriality and alterity come into existence through groups and are characteristics of the non-grouped. To reciprocally, it is precisely in relation to the non-grouped that the group receives its initial unity. Depending on circumstances, the non-group is either a mere logical designation or a practical relation, realizing a distinctive seriality within the group. It is obvious that groups may occasion the formation of other groups, but this is not at issue here. Where the relations of the non-group to the group are real, the group realizes its unity, its being, through these relations. For example, when we mail a letter, we treat the post office both as an inert extension of our arm and as an inertial system of pledged individuals. In this respect, Sartre says that the post office gives power to the consumer rather than to the group of post office personnel. It is a power, of course, that may fail. For someone who mails a letter, the post office is a completed totality with a distinctive interiority. This interiority absorbs the individuality of those who work within the post office. They are each inessential in relation to the essential common product of delivering mail. Relations of reciprocity may exist between a particular individual posting a letter and a clerk, but these are incidental to the main activity of receiving and delivering mail. Thus, from this respect, those who post letters serve as a mediation between the agents and the common result of delivering of the mail. On their part, those working in the post office make themselves the inessential means required by the consumers and the common result. Their power is their service to the common good, in this instance the non-group of those who use the post office. For the consumers, the post office is thus not a totalized praxis, altering and re-altering the world into a postal system, but rather a totality, a being with its own given norms. This is not a mere psychological projection onto the group by the non-groupee. Those who are in the group interiorize this unity as their being for others, and the group is always in danger of becoming nothing other than its ossified being for others. In this way, Satres says, the dilemma between being and norms is resolved. Norms appear to be both a priori and humanly created. Both appearances are true. A group is a free product of free individuals. But given the group with its common purpose, functions, and norms are established that are then accepted as a priori by the non-grouped. This acceptance is then interiorized by the grouped. Indeed, in the concrete, the two movements cannot be practically distinguished, for in its practical dealing with the group, the non-group inevitably encounters norms already interiorized by the group as the norms that the non-group expect the group to have. A post office will require packages to be tied and sealed in a certain way, not to make the delivery easy for the mail carriers, but because they interiorize the expectations of those posting letters for mail to be delivered intact. What has been said about a somewhat passive group, such as the post office, can also be said about a militant group representing a certain political view. The non-group do not particularly heed the individual characteristics of the political representative. They hear the personal qualities of his discourse. 210 Book 2, From Groups to Hi Story, Part I. In terms of an abstract, a priori schema determined by party doctrine. Nevertheless, the political representative's discourse is not the result of mere memory, but of learn how to think as others think. But, at this point, the issue of the being and unity of a group leads us to consider how groups become institutions. 6. The institution, in the interiority of the group, the movement of mediated reciprocity constitutes the unity of the practical community as a perpetual de totalization engendered by the totalizing movement. This section more properly completes the description of organized praxis as such. The transformation of organized praxis into institutionalized praxis properly begins in the following section, Purges and Terror. Our dialectical comprehension of the group has revealed that its unity first comes to it from its being for others. This unity is said to be first because it is abstract. But we must constantly keep in mind that the abstract is real and that, in this case, the group's being for others and its unity return to qualify it on many different levels. Of course, the group clearly has its own interior unity emerging from the pledge of each as an equal third. An idealistic philosophy would attempt to see the group's interior unity as its essential organic unity, and its external unity coming both from its object and its relations to the non-grouped and to other groups as accidental. But, for Sartre, we can comprehend group praxis only by delineating the contradictory movement between its external and internal unities. Viewed from the outside, the group functions as an organized totality structured to accomplish a common end. From this respect, the regulatory thirds are inessential movements whose uniqueness is absorbed in the common result. Viewed from within the group, however, the concrete praxis of each as a regulatory third is complex and differs according to the historical reality of the groupie. Indeed, the specific way each functions as a regulatory third defines the truth of all the relations of reciprocity within the group. In these sections, Sartre examines the two extreme cases, the one where the individual attempts to become inessential in a way that practically destroys individual freedom and the other where individual freedom returns to its state of individuality prior to the pledge. These two cases will be more easily understood if, following Sartre's lead, we first examine in more detail the way each person in a group is a regulatory third. Let us consider the case where A performs a regulatory action and B's action is regulated in relation to A. Both actions must be understood in reference to a common end, such as a football team scoring a goal in the process of trying to win a game. The regulatory and regulated actions are reciprocal, that is, A can regulate only because B submits to being regulated. For example, A intercepts a pass and becomes the regulatory third, rearranging the entire team around his interception. From this perspective, A's action is essential. It has become here and now the concrete means of scoring a goal. Of course, A's action is still a mediated reciprocity, his function arose through the functions of all his teammates. but the point here is that A's action is one of limited sovereignty, limited by B and every other teammate. Sovereignty means one's ability to organize the environment to accomplish one's end, and this is precisely what A has been able to do by intercepting the pass. But this sovereignty is limited because, although B's action is now regulated by A, B is not passively carried along by A's action. On the contrary, B's action is regulated only to reveal that he also is a regulatory third with limited sovereignty. B may have to throw a crucial block or be ready himself to catch a pass. Thursday S. Each person on the team is sovereign in a way that is limited by the reciprocal sovereignty of everyone else. This sovereignty does not make each person transcendent to the group, regulating it from the outside as a spectator, rather, it is an aspect of the transcendent immanent relation of each as a regulatory third. Each regulatory act attempts to totalize the group E, but the act detotalizes it, revealing each as a quasi-sovereign. A intercepts the pass, but this act does not, of itself, arrange his team into a substance-like entity that absorbs the other players as if they were A's mere instruments. Every regulatory act of totalization is also a detotalization, revealing every other as a limited sovereign. Thus the internal unity of the group is not that of a totality, but that of a fractured, contradictory unity of a detotalized totality. The unity, result ing from the pledge, does not give the group ontological unity, rather, it is the source of differentiation and limited sovereignty. Moreover, the group ES being for the other, its external unity that arises from its object here the winning of the game haunts THIS internal unity. The external unity is also continually being interiorized by the regulatory thirds, altering their concrete behavior. Frequently, external unity can be crucial, for two reasons. First, the coerciveness resulting from the fraternity-terror relation is based on the myth of rebirth. This myth both defines and produces the traitors as the absolute evil responsible for the original fractured unity of the group E, a fractured unity that is capable of appearing again to destroy it. This mystification results because the group aims at a common praxis that increases the freedom of all yet also tries to absorb each freedom as an inessential unit needed to fight the anti-praxis of the practico-inert. The group thus both masks the violence of its origins insofar as it emphasizes freedom and keeps its violent origin alive in the Manichaean myth of an absolute evil that can justify repression. Needless to say, we have yet to see how this myth of rebirth concretely functions in the group. Second, the group's unity, its being for others, returns so that the group interiorizes it as its concrete context, its being ram behind, e trait derrière. The group does not have, as it were, a pure, innocent interiority that subsequently is altered by the way others see it. Rather, the group's spontaneous reciprocities are all initially affected by the way the group interiorizes its being for others. That is, the unity of each within the group is complex. Each person tries to attain an impossible unity that would result in an ideal fraternity yet also realizes the impossibility of being merely an inessential element in a smoothly running machine. The tension between the limited sovereignty of each as a regulatory third and the group ES common praxis leads to the two extreme forms of reciprocity referred to earlier, which are now to be examined. It is within the context of these extremes that Sartre's descriptive title must be understood. We shall see that the practical unity of the group is less than that of a superorganism, the only ontological entities are individuals. At the same time, the practical unity of the group is more than each member's subjective awareness of this unity as it is projected onto the aggregate of group members. As we shall see, each individual in the group is radically altered by a distinctive mediation, and this alteration exists in each, even when he is not reflecting on it. This mediation, through each as a third, alters the human organism so that its primary intentionality is now a common good as a totality that is never achieved. The totalizing movement is thus a detotalization, in which each member is both a regulatory third and a sovereign. Even in the extremes to be studied, this tension is not completely eliminated. Although our aim here is to comprehend how institutions arise from organized groups, We must recall that this procedure does not imply a temporal process. Depending on circumstances, institutions may arise prior to any organized praxis. Given the existence of institutions, it is now regressively clear that they arise as a further attempt of the group to achieve the impossible ideal of a praxis that is ontologically one. Implicit throughout the critique is the idea that there is no a priori necessity for the thematization of this impossible ideal. But a different situation would have given rise to different institutions and a different history for us. The organized group institutionalizes its pledged inertia so that its praxis will be more unified. But organized praxis can never have the unity of organic praxis, and, from this impossibility, the fraternity-terror relation arises as constantly attempting to keep individual praxis in line with common praxis. We mentioned earlier that this fraternity-terror relation can degenerate into two extremes, the one in which common praxis is absorbed into individual praxis, that is, in which the common individual as the regulatory third returns to the primacy of freedom prior to the pledge and asserts a complete sovereignty, and the other in which the individual attempts to absorb himself in the common object so that the moment of individual praxis has almost no weight in the outcome. Both extremes follow from the precariousness of the quasi-sovereignty of the regulatory third. On the one hand, the regulatory third, for example, the halfback on a football team, is indispensable, not in the sense that he cannot be replaced but in the sense that only an individual praxis can complete the assigned function. A well-organized team may, at its own discretion, perform in machine-like manner, but it is a team only insofar as it is not a machine. That is, the player's success is also his possibility of failure. On the other hand, on a team where the players are overly conscious of their success, the common praxis suffers as individuals attempt to achieve personal records. At the other extreme, a player can also lose team spirit by allaying initiative and seeing himself as a mere passive object in the team. In Satres terms, the conflict between the essential and inessential is not at all theoretical, e. 583, f. 568, nf. 67-1. This conflict is practical, because, although the individual is, in the abstract, inessential to the function, he is de facto the one on whom its fulfillment depends. And, as Satres notes, it is precisely at this level that conflict arises. Individual praxis produces the division of labor that makes both conflict and cooperation possible. It is idealistic to imagine that by removing the division of labor one will find a whole human being freely willing to cooperate toward a common good. Praxis constitutes the possibility of cooperation, which exists only together with the possibility of conflict. Returning to our two extreme cases, we see that each constitutes different possibilities for cooperation and conflict. Both tend to reintroduce seriality within the group, but in different ways. In the first case, each player competes as the sovereign other, and the second, each allows himself to be the passive other moved blindly by some planned play. Within this perspective, institutions initial ly arise to prevent the organized group from relapsing into either one of these two alienating serialities. Formally, however, the structures of an institution are more easily revealed, on this abstract level, as an attempt to avoid the extreme of sovereignty at the price of falling into the extreme of passivized freedom. Regressively, institutions are seen to arise because my quasi-sovereignty makes my being in the group ambiguous. If I attend a formal meeting in a hall, I am in the group as one who is also an exile. To paraphrase Kierkegaard, one grand act of commitment can never wed me to a group so completely that I am carried along by it as a passive object. The very freedom that gave rise to the pledge and gave to each the right of life over every other is still mine. I can revoke my pledge, I can leave the hall. Thus, in the very moment when I am most in agreement with the assembly, I am also a potent exile, capable of being a rebellious regulatory third forming a splinter subgroup. My regulatory actions always have the contradictoriness of intercession secession. That is, through me, everyone organizes himself toward the common praxis and everyone can become an exile. To previous enthus splin the organized group alters its practices from an organized praxis into an institutionalized one. The formation of institutions are thus seen to be at the level of praxis. Constituent praxis works on itself to constitute organized praxis, organized praxis further works on itself to produce institutions, or better, institutionalized praxis. Of course, both restructurings of the group occur only because of and through external pressures. We have seen that the first unity of praxis comes from its objectee. The groupalso produces its own organized unity to combat the co-underpraxis of the practico inert. In the institution, organized praxis produces a deeper degree of unity. Functions become more like organ S, and individual S intensify their identity with the common praxis. This deepening identification arises from a double mediation. Each person freely allows himself to be regulated by every other as a tool for the common purpose S. Everyone's action becomes the common freedom through a terror imperative imposed by every other. In itself, this terror imperative is both a use of terror and approach an ag instit. To protect oneself against quasi-sovereignty s becoming full sovereignty, every one gives a degree of freedom to inorganic things. An institutionalized praxis is an ambiguous combination of things imbued with freedom and freely constituted praxis imbued with things. Thus, the praxis of the postal clerk is more imbued with the inorganic than is that of the halfback. On the other hand, a letter is more likely to be delivered than a particular play is to be successfully completed. The fear of being fired from the post office may appear to be a mild form of terror, but this only reminds us that there is no Aristotelian essence of terror. The meaning of each terror will be revealed only by studying the concrete historical circumstance. In the text, Sartre uses the example of the convention in France from its first meeting in 1793 until the purges that followed. This extreme case reveals political heterogeneity to have been replaced by a forced homogeneity that masks violent individual differences. Fraternity terror, which is each individual's equal yielding of control over himself and every her, degenerates into a reign of terror in which a few attempt to define the terror relation. T's degeneration is different from what Sartre calls a normal degeneration that occurs in every institution as it introduces its own alterity to combat the alterity of the practico inert. But in the reign of terror, Sartre says that our dialectical investigation brings us back to the practico. 216 Book II, From Groups to History, Part 1. Inert. But this should not surprise us. Groups are formed to combat the practico inert, and that they may, in their degenerate institutionalized forms, become the very thing they combat is an ever-present danger that cannot be removed. Institutions are a natural development of the organized group. They develop from external and internal pressures exerted on the organized group in its fight against the counter-praxis of the practico inert. Yet in their completely degraded form, institutions become part of the very practico inert field that they were formed to combat. In this respect, as we will see, they have intentional structures, such as those of our industrial society, that must be decoded if we are to comprehend and direct our history. The emphases in the following remarks are on the degraded form of institutionalized praxis, because, on a large scale, these types of institutions de facto characterize our social environment. In vital groups everyone works within a milieu of freedom. Through the freely given pledge, powers and functions are constituted so that the organic individual becomes the common individual working for the common goal. Nevertheless, individual praxis is not thereby absorbed as something inessential. Each individual praxis is recognized and remains essential, not only fulfilling old functions but also restructuring new ones. But, in its degraded, institutionalized form, function perpetuates itself for itself and produces the type of individuals needed to sustain the institution. The institution, in this sense, becomes actively its own goal, the initial goals of the organized group are retained, although the vital intentionalities are lost and become frozen as destiny. This alteration of the organized group is something both passively suffered and actively brought about. Sartre here considers the passive aspect of this aberrant transformation. On one level, the degeneration of organized groups into alienating institutions has its origin outside the group. For any number of external reasons, such as physical separation of its members or the introduction of spies, reality enters the group. The new terror relation that responds to this threat leads to the institution, in the degenerate sense of the term. Terror, in this new sense, could not exist if the individual relations within the group had not been weakened. De facto, for the most part, institutions arise because each individual group member is no longer able to act as a regulatory third whose might sovereignty makes every elsewhere to be here. To be more precise, each individual praxis is no longer also a common praxis balancing individual initiative with function. Rather, separation and circular alterity enter the group, so that each individual sees himself as the impotent other at the service of function. Of course, the degenerate institution will use power and terror to enforce OBE. 217 The institution. Diance, but, as Sartre indicates, these could not succeed if the original bond of mediated reciprocity had not become one of impotence. In the vital group, function gives one the right to do one's duty, but in the degenerate institution, one must first earn, by subservience, the right to fulfill one's function. For example, in the army one meets first the duty to do one's best in order to get one's right to do one's duty recognized, e. 64-5, f. 584, nf. 69-1. The pledge that had united each to all collapses, and the institution defines relations in mistrust and suspicion. Recalling that we are focusing on degenerate institutions, which unfortunately have become the norm, Sartre notes that, out of viable, organized praxis, institutional man, l'homme institution, emerges, two simultaneous but contradictory praxis. First, institutional man attempts to remove any uniqueness and initiative within himself so as to justify its removal in others. He is, for example, an officer, but like the enlisted man he too merely takes orders. Second, his uniform, office space, and other signs of rank make institutional man the absolute other, the one who must be obeyed blindly and the one in whom all reason and justification exist. In general, even where the institution retains a vital praxis, ritual also introduces mystification. The power of the group no longer exists in the pledge and constituted freedom, but in a power man who surrounds himself with quasi-mystical trappings. If this power man is successful in his ritual dance, he induces in those about him the belief that the inorganic the fundamental human reality, orders and decisions appear as commandments written in stone. The being of the institution thus tends to become the inorganic bond supporting the relations of impotence within the degraded group E. These bonds define a circular alterity in which everyone, through every other, makes himself also to be an institutional man, fated to fulfill the needs of the institution rather than the common good. We are all born into institutions. We never stand on some pristine, free territory from which we can choose to play or not to play at being institutional. Institutions define the very context of our free praxis. Nevertheless, although we can never be above institutionalized praxis, we can fight this degenerate praxis insofar as we are either within vital groups or, as we shall see, connect to them by our class being. We can indeed critique an institution, such as the army, from a relatively external position, but our critique will still be laden with alienating aspects arising from our own institutionalized being. From another perspective, the ossification of organized groups is seen to occur internally through the institutionalization of power. The original sovereignty of each mediating third becomes a function of a sovereign person. The sovereign person, or subgroup, both unifies the dispersing group. 218 Book 2, From Groups to History, Part 1. and inten is the degenerate condition from which sovereignty emanates. Sovereignty as a function exists only in and through the weakness of organized groups. Numerous external conditions can disrupt communication within the organized group. Functions and individuals keep a tenuous relation to each other, and as they begin to operate more on their own, suspicion enters into the group. Even without a collapse and to complete seriality, each person suspects every other of violating the pledge. Each is also aware of the group's inability to discover and to punish a particular traitor. At this level, the fraternity-terror relation that unites each to all and all to each becomes its institutionalized, and functional sovereignty emerges. The sovereign appears as the original unifier of the group. Indeed, the possibility for the existence of sovereignty exists only within a group that has already degenerated into an institutionalized structure. The sovereign appears as the interiorization and unification of functions that are becoming disparate. But the institutionalization of sovereignty also increases and maintains the very disparateness that it appears to remedy. The sovereign's power arises from impotence and alterity rather than from a higher source of power, such as the mutual consent of those who obey or from God. This becomes apparent if we reflect that, in the abstract, sovereignty itself, as opposed to sovereignty as a function, needs no foundation. It is praxis as it reorganizes our practical field according to our needs and projects. This relation is an original given, emin, Satres says, is sovereign, e. 610, f. 588, nf. 696. In the pledged and organized group, sovereignty is freely limited in relation to the common praxis. The organic, sovereign individual freely agrees to become a common regulatory third who may also have to be regulated through the equal sovereignty of others. Indeed, a temporary leader may emerge who effectively organizes all functions as a means to an end. But this functioning of power through an individual is due to circumstances. The temporary leader does not have a hierarchical function, rather, he is merely another regulatory third, equal to every other. Temporarily, by mutual consent, the person made sovereign by the pledge uses the power of every other to accomplish the common goal. Strictly speaking, those regulated retain their power and do not obey the regulatory third. In following him, they follow themselves, aware that he happens to be here and now the best channel of their power. All power, Satres says, emerges from non-institutionalized sovereignty or the contexts of the pledged and organized groups, from organized sovereignty. The task is thus not to see how the sovereign obtains power, but how this power becomes constituted in him as a distinct function, a sovereign wi/L that others obey because they are impotent. However, before examining this case, 219 the institution, we should note that the power of an institutionalized sovereign is nothing compared with the power of limited sovereignties within a vital groupie. Sovereignty is not superimposed onto institutions, but is given within the institutional structure itself. The original bond of fraternity-terror, which gives to each the equal right of life over each other, becomes dissipated. The mediated reciprocities that united the functions in an organized praxis are weakened, and the resulting impotence and alterity establish an absence of power that must be filled if the group is not to degenerate completely. Sovereignty as an institutional function has an abstract but real priority over the existence of a sovereign will. And, as Sartre explains in a long footnote, e. 616-17, n80, f. 594 n. I, nf. 702703 n. I, a complex relation of obedience to a sovereign is present with the institutionalized group. Obedience is not derived from anything higher than itself, and it makes little difference for the institutional man whether he agrees or disagrees with an order. His disagreement never challenges the system. His obedience is his own complex acceptance of himself within the institutionalized group. The sovereign thus reinteriorizes within himself the institutionalized inner TIAs fragmenting the group. lest their impotence become complete and their alterity degenerate into the seriality of a collective, everyone silently agrees to obey the sovereign will. Thus, the sovereign appears as the only one capable of understanding the common praxis and the only one with the power to enforce it. Actually, the original praxis no longer exists, and the sovereign suffers from the same fragmentation as other members. Nevertheless, insofar as the others remain passive, he is able to enforce his will. Indeed, through his de facto power, he establishes his de jure power and authority. There is no a priori means, Satres says, of determining whether the sovereign will attempt to use others to accomplish a common goal or merely to impose his own will. In either case, a new statute of order and obedience emerges at the level of the institutionalized group. Within institutionalization, mediated reciprocity is broken. The sovereign emerges as an untranscendable third through whom all mediation must take place. This means not that every order must pass through him, but that every institutionalized function is mediated by him, as he is the foundation of the institution. Each one experiences directives as something given by an untranscendable third. This is a contradictory movement. Everyone is still produced through mediation as a common individual, but mediation is no longer through each individual as a separate regulatory third for every other. Rather, the mediation is through one person as that person is an untranscendable other. The sovereign will is initially given as that which I cannot transcend. In this way, a new statute of obedience arises. I must divest myself of my freedom and force myself to use my will as a means to accomplish the sovereign will. The end is never questioned or even known. Through obedience, I become a mere means to an end that I believe another knows. Thus mystification enters into the group. The sovereign appears as the unifier of group praxis establishing everyone's freedom but emerges only with fragmentation and justifies in the institution of sovereignty the fragmentation he supposedly remedies. Each individual's personal freedom also becomes mystified. Abandoning all my original free praxis, I now see my freedom to consist merely in the obedience or disobedience of orders. The institution now appears to give me rights, but these rights preserve my institutionalized impotence. The sovereign cannot permit the attempt to re-establish the original bonds of mediated reciprocity with its limited sovereignty for LL. Sartre now returns to take another look at those collectives we discussed earlier, such as the radio and the newspaper. These were correctly seen as collectives in which all read or listen in their otherness. But these collectives are also groups, more or less organized or institutionalized. As organized groups, they impose themselves on collectives. We will see that institutions can more or less manipulate the serial structure of collectives. Nevertheless, social structures, such as newspapers and radio, cannot completely control mass collectives, the very alterity of a collective, each individual's flight from self, makes such control impossible. The most significant form of sovereignty is that which takes place within societies. The entire early part of the critique implied that a society is not a group, nor a grouping of groups, nor even a struggling grouping of group S, E, 63-5, F, 608, NF, 719. The peoples of a society are collectives. Nevertheless, a society must have some unity to distinguish it from another society. Externally, this unity is a territory that functions as a container for the ensemble of peoples. Analytically, the territory can be said to be a necessary but not sufficient condition for a society. The sufficient condition can be said to be the internal bond of groups to series induced by historical developments, such as means of production or defense against a common enemy. The most obvious aspect of the bond of groups to a series is that of the state. The state is itself an institutionalized group operating both on other groups within the collective and on the seriality of the collective. Many institutionalized groups operate on other groups, but what distinguishes the state is its pervasive sovereignty. The sovereignty of the state is ambiguous. It involves both mystification and true contradictory praxis. In general, mystification is praxis that appears to be one thing but is really another. Mystification occurs in the state, because, regardless of its historical evolution, the state frequently appears to embody the diffuse sovereignty of the members of its society. But, as we have seen, this sovereignty is an institutionalized function that arises from and sustains the impotence of those within the society. The members of the government are indeed united to the sovereign as to an untranscendable third. These members do share in the sovereign's power, even if not as equals. But those outside the institutionalized group of the state have no real share in this power. The state's mystification, however, succeeds, that is, this mystification is a praxis because it is a cloaking based on a reality. The people believe that the state embodies their own diffuse sovereignty, and something like this is negatively true. The people of the Collective have no single organized power of their own, and their passive acceptance of the state's sovereignty is negatively an approval of this power. Furthermore, insofar as the state has its own sovereignty, it appears to justify itself to the Collective of its people. The sovereignty is, as it were, reflected onto the society, and it appears as the ideal unity of the Collective people. But the Collective cannot be a group, for if it were, it could not have another group as sovereign over it. And here we touch upon the state's real contradictory praxis, as opposed to mystification. The state both aims at uniting the ensemble of people into a unified society and keeps them sufficiently disparate so that they cannot form a groupie. Thus, granting that our future study will reveal the reality of classes, we can say here, conditional 1y, that the state emerges and represents the dominant class within a society. The state's praxis in this regard is again contradictory. The powerful states de facto emerge from the dominant class to protect the interests of this class. But the state is also the institutionalized group that perpetuates itself as the sovereign organ of the society. The state thus acts to keep the dominant class as merely one of the classes. In this respect the state myl1y itself with the proletariat, insofar as the proletariat, for the present, may be the more politically united group. The state thus aims at keeping the dominant ing class dominant, within a balance of powers that ws the state itself to be the sovereign governing organ. Thus, Satres says, Marx is only partly correct in claiming that the state is held together by civil life and not civil life by the state, for, in order to keep from losing its own viability, the state does act on civil life. Indeed, we approach here the deepest contradictory praxis of the state. The state does ameliorate class conflicts and, seemingly, put its powers at the service of the common good. The state appears to act on society to form a nation that is the union of the peoples of the society. But the state always aims at manipulating groups to keep the sovereign power for itself as an end in itself. The state both acts for the common good and for itself as an absolute end. The state thus emerges as the union of the peoples of a society, insofar as this union is their absolute other being, their nation. Sartre's examples are here aimed at showing how small institutionalist groups manipulate large collectives. Although these groups are degenerate, they impose a more or less unified praxis on the loose seriality of collectives. The aim of this new praxis is to control and predict the behavior of the collective. From this perspective, modern means of education and communication are not merely epiphenomena, that is, incidental features of the individual's historical experience. Rather, they are some of the means the sovereign group uses to alter the spontaneous behavior of society's members. This new serial behavior, constituted by the praxis of the sovereign, creates a situation in which everyone in the collective freely and spontaneously chooses to be other than himself. Through education and mass media, particularly advertising, we are taught to be other-directed. 3. This new alienation differs from the more abstract statute of seriality that characterized the constituting dialectic discussed in the first part of This Critique. There, we indeed saw that serial behavior means that each one acts as the other, who is other than himself. For example, we buy a newspaper on the way to work not as a member of a group. True, we each buy our own paper, but our private purpose is already alienated from us by mediation. We are the uneducated other who needs to be enticed to reading by big headlines and gory pictures, or we are the sophisticated other whose intelligence requires everything to be understated, whether it be world poverty or the possibility of nuclear destruction. Thus, the newspaper does not bring us together for united action. It does not, by its general institutionalized structure, invite us to forget our differences and be freely the same as every other in order to accomplish a common purpose. For example, in order to save publishing costs, we are not asked to share our paper with others as might be done with a pamphlet or paper circulated through a political group. The newspaper, with its modern promoting techniques, addresses each one in the false privacy of an isolation, created and sustained by larger institutionalized structures to which the newspaper belongs. A typical newspaper can no more invite critical reflection on itself than it can ask to be eliminated. For at this new, more concrete stage of the constituted dialectic, however, we see that we are not merely blindly led to be other than ourselves. Rather, a situation is created in which it is natural for us spontaneously to choose to be a self alienated from true bonds of reciprocity with others. To be other-directed is to be freely united to everyone, precisely insofar as we are all privat individuals who do not relinquish our isolation from every other. Reciprocally, to speak analytically, the conditions for the possessibility of this free choice exist because the sovereign of a nation, as well as of other institutionalized groups, creates and sustains the real illusion of a serial totality. The sovereign's praxis creates the illusion that we are united to every other in our isolation, that is, that we are a group of isolated individuals, each uniquely different and yet united, just as the numbers first, second, and third are each unique and yet are all members of the set of ordinal numbers. But a true group breaks out of seriality. The sovereign sustains the illusion of a false totality, in order to prevent society from forming real groups that could threaten his power. In the text, Sartre illustrates our other-directed behavior by his experience, during one of his trips to the United States, concerning a publicity campaign for the top 10 records. On the one hand, the resulting choice was supposed to represent public opinion, the convergence of the independent thinking of a free populace. On the other hand, the announcement of 1 week's choices substantially increased the sales of these records in the subsequent weeks. This guaranteed music was something that one wanted in one's collection and wished to give as a present to others. Furthermore, listening to the music that others had chosen as the best created a situation in which one chose precisely the music that he thought the other would like. And his choice was a free choice of each one casting a vote. This does not mean that a different type of music may not gain public attention, but it can do so only by means of the same alienating techniques. For, in reality, pressure groups and groups of so-called experts channel choices based on buying and selling of new records, regardless of their value as music. Sartre notes that this buying and selling gives one the music collection of the other as other, that is, the collection of no one. Advertising and other media devices reflect serial listeners, viewers, and readers back onto themselves, creating the illusion that they are part of a totality. In manipulating seriality, this illusion of totality was created precisely in order to obtain the appearance of a synthetic result where no synthesis existed. Nevertheless, some result is achieved, for example, as many records as possible are bought. This result was achieved because the small pressure groups have reflexive awareness, they are able to reflect onto collectives the illusion of the collective's own unity in order to control them. Sartre also indicates the difference between racism, in regard to the persecution of the Jews, and anti-Semitism as a movement. Racism is a form of manipulated seriality. It is a specific form of the other-directed behavior of a collective. Anti-Semitism as a movement, however, is the result of a degenerate group action, but, as such, its autonomous praxis is never condoned by a sovereign of a nation. The greatest evil for any institutionalized government is the independent union of its people for any purposes whatsoever. The sovereign thus always maintains a situation of manipulated seriality, and, precisely insofar as we are members of a society, we can never escape other directed behavior. Collectives also influence sovereign, institutionalized power. Bureaucracy and the cult of personality are two specific forms of this influence. We have seen that the sovereign increases the inertia of the collectives by forcing seriality to the limit of other directed behavior. Reciprocally, the collective becomes an inorganic weight prohibiting the sovereign from using it as an instrument for common praxis. Bureaucracy and the cult of personality both block effective sovereign praxis and sustain sovereign power in existence. In general, bureaucracy is a complex of three relations. First, within the bureaucratic hierarchy, the relationship downward maintains and indeed increases the other directed behavior of lower officials. Second, among peers, mistrust and serialized terror give rise to a bastardized pledge aimed at preventing one's own dismissal rather than at furthering a common praxis. Third, all subordinates are mere instruments for the sovereign, he is the only organism capable of true praxis. The sovereign thus attempts to become the only source of viable action. This is done by pushing the inertia of his subordinates to the limit, to make them the pure, inorganic means to his own end. But this praxis of the sovereign individual, or subgroup, annihilates each one as a regulatory third and destroys every instrumentality for working toward a common end. Sovereignty institutionalizes every relation of interiority, prohibiting inferiors from being true channels for the needs of the masses. Those out of line with other directed behavior are considered troublemakers, a concept. 225 The institution. Sartre observes, that has meaning only for those already within a sovereign group. Bureaucracy and the cult of personality are, for Sartre, more extreme in socialist countries. This does not imply, for him, the superiority of bourgeois democracies, it does imply that, from the perspective of sovereignty, the class antagonisms within a democracy, with their conflicting pressure groups, do allow for some breakthrough into the bureaucratic structure. In bourgeois democracies, the sovereign is forced to heed some of the needs of the dominated class and to adopt a more viable praxis in regard to pressure groups. What bourgeois democracies reveal is that socialist countries must head in the direction of debureaucratization, decentralization, and democratization. Specifically, Sartre notes that the dictatorship of the proletariat is an absurd notion. The proletariat is a serial structure incapable of grouping itself to rule. The USSR, he continues, eliminated the bourgeoisie but established a monopoly of the group. From the point of view of the masses, the sovereignty of this group was neither legitimate nor illegitimate. Its practical legitimation was due to the fact that the sovereign constructed his own legitimacy by his mistakes and crimes. This is the judgment of history, E. 66:1, F. 629:30, NF. 74:5. The constituent dialectic has shown us that sovereignty as a function, with its reciprocal impotence of other directed behavior and bureaucratic structure, arises from degenerate group praxis. In this respect it is the anti-praxis of the constituted dialectic. This counter-praxis can only be combated by a viable group action that aims at withering away the state. For, in our present historical situation, the sovereign state has turned praxis into process, that is, it has turned viable human goals into inhuman destinies. PARTTWO Dialectical investigation as totalization. The level of the concrete, the place of history. 7. The place of history. Finally, Sartre says, we arrive at the concrete. However, this concrete, he notes, is not historical praxis as it transcends past, historical being toward a new goal. If the program of the critique is valid, such a dialectical comprehension is possible, although it would require both the compulsion of the second volume of the critique and many other efforts to interpret the meaning of our contemporary situation. The concrete that we approach here is rather the formal structure of past, historical being. This past was constituted by former constituent praxis of collectives and groups. It is received as constituted by others. We now realize that even the constituent praxis, studied in the Book I of the Critique, was initially affected by a constituted inertia that had to be transcended, even as the inertia itself was a past transcendence of earlier praxis. That is, the historical past is never a mere fact, it is always something that has succeeded or failed. It is itself a transcended being, as, for example, the formation of the American Constitution is an achievement for Americans. Thus, historical praxis, if it is to be vital, must transcend this transcended being rather than repeat it. I believe that this simple observation is a clue to appreciating the goal of the critique. Since our present level of investigation assumes, but does not establish, history as a totalization of totalizing groups, it is impossible to see how new constituent praxis can completely transcend the formal constraints of past, constituted being. Nevertheless, we do know that a history, if it exists, is not a totality, but an open-ended process established by human praxis. There is, to repeat, no a priori reason why praxis should have constituted a history. If it did, however, then formal constraints have been established for all humanity. We must thus transcend a past, as well as regional past s. If history is not one, then the transcended being here referred to is regional, for example, that of Europe, or Western civilization. Whether the set of formal contexts, curves, structures, and conditionings which constitute the formal milieu of history is regional or universal, the emphasis here is on revealing these constraints, rather than on showing how they can be controlled and altered to establish the possibility of a new humanity. It is now apparent that collectives and groups did not form independently of each other. This was already known uncritically at the beginning of the study, but here our investigation shows that groups and collectives mutually st rupture each ot her. Everyone in society is structured by the multiplicit ies of group praxis. On the level of the historical concrete, our humanity has a particular, historical structure created by the multidimensional praxis of synchronic and diachronic groups. This study attempts to reveal the structure of this humanity. But here we should note again that, no matter how we isolate ourselves, we never discover a pure human nature that has later been corrupted by history. Indeed, the isolation of the critical investigator is itself a form of the alienation critiqued. The praxis of the critique is thus not, to repeat, an attempt to provide a suprahistorical study of history. Our approach is circular and conditional, it is within history itself. If we can recognize alienation, it is not because this critical study is free of alienation, it is rather because the study is circular, revealing certain extremes of alienation that allow us to see the road on which we all travel. These extremes can be seen by examining more closely the object of group praxis, for it is from the object that the truth of the group is revealed. This relation of group praxis to its object is complex, and Satres describes three of its principal characteristics. 1. The group brings about totalizing structure S within collectives, other groups, and worked matter, such as machines. Thus we have seen how groups cause other directed behavior. Reciprocally, these and other totalized structures retotalize the internal structures of the group, and there is always the possibility that the originally planned praxis will be radically altered. 2. No matter how successful the result of group praxis, it will always be alienated from the originally intended praxis. Here we can distinguish the effects of diachronic and synchronic groups. Synchronic groups act at the same time for a more or less common goal. If almost all the groups in a society work for a common goal, such as happens during a national war, it is possible to escape alienation from the effect of other synchronic groups. Nevertheless, it is impossible to escape the effects of diachronic groups. A diachronic group is a group whose praxis explicitly involves an appropriation of a common past, such as happens when refugees are united in a foreign land. More generally, the different generations within a society constitute diachronic groups, more or less united. One generation can never truly know what the meaning of its praxis will be for the next. This does not mean that a new, younger generation can do whatever it wishes, but rather that the direction of its transcendence is not given in the historical milieu of its past being. Sartre gives the example of the costly French victory of 1918. This victory, 23-1, the place of HI story, had two interesting features. It encouraged the French to control the IR population, and it inclined the children, for whom the victory appeared as a costly, hideous affair, toward pacifism. On the other hand, the Germans reacted to defeat by increasing their numbers, and their children and saw the defeat as a humiliation to be revenged through Nazism. Historically, the cumulative effect of diachronic groups is brought together into the constituted unity of a nation, and, in a more complex way, this unity is appropriated as the reflected image of human evolution and progress. Later, we will discuss in more detail the distinctive praxis of diachronic groups, a transcending praxis that explicitly involves an interpretation of the past. Sartre simply notes here that these different temporalizations are unified by what he calls a retro-anterogressive movement, that is, each generation establishes its temporality by receiving the unified praxis of earlier generations, and, reciprocally, each generation constitutes this received unity by its new transcending praxis. In this respect, the past being of the transcending praxis of a new generation is itself constituted with the constituting praxis itself. Thus Nazism constituted the fact of the German defeat of 1918 as a disgrace to be revenged. The defeat was given by an earlier generation, but not its quality as a disgrace to be revenged. From a broader, historical perspective, this same process is the basis for our perception of a continual evolving humanity. But, as we have seen, there are several temporalizations, and temporal unity is itself a complex, synthetic result constituted for a purpose. Nevertheless, within the given structure of a complex, temporalization, progress, or the lack of it truly exists. 3. Apart from any counter-praxis of other groups, the activity of a group is alienating, insofar as it always occurs in a milieu of sustained scarcity, that is, a group can never free itself completely from alienation, insofar as alienation exists on a historical level. The significant group does not arise out of a benign situation in which contented individuals get together for a common goal. Scarcity, alienation, and impotence give rise to a terror fraternity pledge. The context of group praxis is the attempt to alleviate scarcity, from alienation, and dissolve impotence. But a group could escape completely from alienation only if it were the entire society. Nevertheless, group praxis, as an attempt to flee from alienation, does indeed alter the statute of seriality in the collectives from which it arose. This last observation brings us to the question of the truth of group praxis. In extremely ossified groups, the relation of truth to objective praxis and internal structures is clearly revealed. Sartre credits studies in the United States for showing that certain groups do not merely induce other-directed behavior in collectives but become themselves other-directed in their being, that is, in their materiality. The goal of these groups is not merely to manipulate those outside the group but also to manipulate those within the group. As A. 232 Book 2, From Groups to History, Part 2. Member of these groups, one does not merely study other-directed behavior in order to control those outside the group, rather, the hierarchical structure of the group, with its various techniques, is the apprenticeship through which one becomes other-directed. In order to make the other buy a product that he would reject as a private individual, it is not sufficient to pretend to be the other insatiable consumer who needs it. One must become, in one's own being, this same other who needs this or other similar products. The advertising man is a good example of what Sartre has in mind. People who work in advertising frequently do not see themselves as manipulating others, for they themselves have become the manipulated other. A knowledge of advertising does not reveal the tricks of the trade so that one can avoid them in one's private life. Rather, tricks are knowledge, and the true advertising man is the perfect consumer needing and buying what is most advertised. Here alienation is not merely in the object, it is the being and praxis of the group. That is, exterior other-directed behavior arises here from the group's interior other-directed practices. This extreme case also shows that a group's degeneration is not a matter of time. Degeneration can be the initial structure of a group. Regardless of temporal priority, Sartre observes that in our advanced technological societies, other-directed behavior is a subtle, objective structure, conditioning us on almost an infinite number of levels. There is a complex, circular, dialectical relation between collectives and groups. This dialectic is more than a reciprocity between the constituting dialectic, as the free praxis of organic individuals, and the constituted dialectic, as the practico-inert field of past frozen freedoms. As we move from the abstract to the concrete, collectives and groups are seen to influence each other, not only in their given structures but in the ways they affect each other's capacities for new possibilities. In this respect, it is again important to note that the collective as an aggregate of isolated, free individuals is not an abstraction, but a fiction. Another fiction is the concept of the group as a bond uniting free individuals, who find their common object either from within the depths of their personal freedoms or from an untutored comprehension of a felicitous, transcendent object. There are revolutionary pastorals on the group which are the exact counterpart of Robinson Aids, E. 678, F. 643, NF. 760. Nevertheless, there is free, organic praxis, and there is the field of the practico-inert, as the frozen freedoms of past praxis, with their given inertias and projected human destiny. But, from the beginning of our dialectical investigation, free, organic praxis, in its most abstract form, was always accepted as something initially altered by the praxis of a constituted dialectic that was present but not yet critically examined. Thus, initially, the collective was not a 233, the place of history. Mere aggregate of individuals but a serial connection of alterity and impotence arising within a milieu of scarcity. And it was hypothetically claimed, but not yet critically established, that the condition for the possibility of alterity and impotence, as well as the milieu of scarcity itself, was work matter. Now it is becoming clear that a type of free praxis sustains and activates these alienating characteristics as they are the condition for the possibility of our history, even as group praxis tries to escape them. A enterprise is thus revealed to have two meanings: it is an aspect of every praxis, and it is the special form of degenerate group praxis, as it becomes ossified. To the extent that we are all affected by other-directed behavior, we act as antipraxis. But in a more complete sense, antipraxis is exemplified by the extreme case just referred to, a group that interiorizes other-directed behavior as its praxis. Antipraxis is thus an institutionalized praxis, it is praxis become process, praxis lived as destiny. Thus, the second book of the Critique began by examining group praxis precisely as it was an escape from the practico-inert with its antipraxis. This movement, as we have said, brings us to the concrete. It involves, Sartre says, a double circularity on the part of group praxis. However, before moving to this twofold characteristic, we should again note briefly the significance of calling the movement between collectives and groups circular. Neither collectives nor groups exist apart from each other, and it makes no sense to ask which came first historically. Sartre calls the first circular movement static. The group interiorizes the characteristics of the collective from which it arose, even as it transcends them toward its common goal. It cannot be repeated too often that the historically significant group is a flight from impotence, alterity, and scarcity, and not a benign union of content individuals. True, as already stated, the group can neither be reduced to the collective nor deduced from it. but once the group is given, it sustains itself as a transcending praxis of this collective and not of some homogeneous one. This is again very evident in the extreme case where the group interiorizes the other directed behavior of the collective. The only difference between such a group and the collective is that the group's other directed behavior is the result of a hierarchical, institutional structure. But, even in the absence of this extreme of inertia, the group is modified by the transcended being of the collective, particularly as sustained by other diachronic groups. Reciprocally, however, the group does produce a C-omen field that transcends this practico-inert. This common field modifies the collective, both insofar as it is praxis that attempts to escape the collective and insofar as it is a future kala pse into the practico-inert. Here we can make a subdivision. The group influences the collective positively by creating the illusion of a totality and synthesis in the non-grouped. This illusion, however, is not a fiction, for it arises from the freedom of the groupee, which manifests. 234 Book 2, From Groups to History, Part 2. Itself as defining its own purpose to the non-grouped, who lack a common goal. Negatively, group praxis structures the collective into a non-group. A non-group is not another group, or a so-called counter-group, but a new alteration of the collective into those who have, to a greater or lesser extent, chosen not to be grouped. Clearly, this statute is more or less important depending on the significance of the group. The second circular movement is dynamic. Here we have seen that the praxis of a group involves an active movement from the pledge to organization and finally to institutionalization. The successful praxis of a group demands that it mimic the alienating structures of the practico-inert, until, given our present historical condition, it becomes one of these structures itself. Every group, Sartre notes, does not have to pass through all the stages, and it can emerge, for historical reasons, immediately ossified. But it will then have simultaneously all the structures indicated above. Reciprocally, however, this dynamic group praxis does alter the collective. The collective that appears when group praxis has failed is not, for better or worse, the same collective that existed prior to the formation of the group. There is no logical priority to the formation of groups or collectives. Nevertheless, on the level of being, there is only the collective. That is, there are only individuals and the constituted relations established among them by praxis. No group including groups in fusion and pledged, organized, and institutional groups exists apart from the collective from which it has arisen and to which it relates. True, the group in fusion and the pledged group negate the alterity and the impotence of the collective, but this negation is lived by each individual of the collective insofar as each one negates this impotence and alterity as his transcended past. Furthermore, no individual can escape seriality on every level. The member of an active political group, for example, experiences alterity and impotence in other aspects, or, better, in other dimensions, of life as a family member, for example, or as a consumer. A group that could raise itself above all serial connections that tie each of us in impotence and alterity to every other would unite people of a different humanity from ours. Nevertheless, if organicism, the claim that individuals of a community participate in a higher being than their own existence, is to be rejected on all levels, so also must we reject all forms of an analytic empiricism affirming the existence only of atomistic individuals united by extrinsic relations. The human reality, for Sartre, has no a priori nature. Both community and isolated existence are constituted by praxis itself. Furthermore, this praxis constitutes internal, necessary relations that delineate the material structure of 235, the place of history. Human life, that is, its being. A group does not have a distinct being. But each member of a group has a different statute than those outside the group. Ontologically, there exist only individuals and their totalizing praxis. Nevertheless, it is one of the major points of this dialectic that it would be wrong to conceive of individuals as living historically on a homogeneous, analytic, two-dimensional plane. In the abstract, that is, from a local perspective, praxis collapses into mere action, as when one fills a glass of water to quench one's thirst. But, as soon as wider, that is, historical dimensions are introduced, dimensions that exist to a greater or lesser degree in every praxis, then intentionalities of a more than linear structure are revealed. Filling a glass of water from a faucet of an apartment, for which one pays rent by going daily to a job that one hates, is serial behavior revealing alterity and impotence. This behavior is not an epiphenomenon, that is to say, it is not an alteration added to the individual's existence. It is the existence itself as live ed on this dimension. Thus, as our historical perspective has now become wider and thus more concrete, the complex structures of class praxis are finally revealed as an alteration of our organic existence. We have only begun the sketch of class being. This effort will continue until the end of the critique. The thrust will be both to show class being as a complex social structure maintained by a distinctive praxis and to reveal its dialectical intelligibility. If dogmatism and relativism are to be avoided, we must see that praxis establishes and maintains different socialties with their necessary structures. We can never describe these necessary structures as if we were an outside observer. We thus comprehend the multidimensional class praxis by situating ourselves within it, or, better, by realizing that we are situated within it. Furthermore, our dialectical comprehension of our multidimensional situation is not a logical feat, for we are multidimensional. Thus, when we pay rent, we perform a multidimensional activity that is complex but nevertheless intelligible if we take care to situate ourselves, with proper knowledge, within the various levels of our own historical complexity. Sartre remarks that this comprehension of class praxis by those who situate themselves within it is both sufficient and inadequate, e. 708 n102, f. 667 n1, nf. 789 n2. Is, comprehension can reveal the immediate context of transcendent being, with its present-future projections, but not new praxis as it will de facto unfold. Nevertheless, we can be in a position to comprehend the intelligibility of this new praxis as it unfolds. This does not mean that we can predict the new praxis. Prediction is possible only and the situation has so degenerated that the involved groups have become institutionalized. In that case, the only effective praxis will be the counter-praxis of the practico-inert. It is this limiting case, Sartre notes, that gives the basis for the analytic approach to group praxis. For the purposes of our study, the main features of class praxis are the Dis. 236 book II, From Groups to History, Part 2. Tinctive ways it functions on the three levels of the collective, the active group, and the institutio n. Precisely insofar as an action is a class praxis, it exhibits at least these three dimensions. Here it may be useful to elaborate, from a different perspective, one of Sartre's earlier examples. A working woman who has an abortion carries out the sentence of the dominating class. If she gave birth to the child and raised it in poverty, she would be carrying out a similar sentence. Ontologically, her action is a class action, whether she is aware of it or not. She may believe herself to be completely isolated and impotent, but her praxis is, in fact, modified by the praxis of the active groups and institutions that are dedicated to her class. But more importantly, the aim of both the active groups and the institutions is to make class members understand their status within their class. Thus, it is likely that this woman knows of her plight of being an underprivileged member of society. At the very least, the condition for the possibility of this knowledge exists. If this woman is indeed aware of her position in society, then, when she has an abortion, she does so not as one who is serially impotent, but as one who is demanding redress and some degree of satisfaction for her situation. Her behavior is now thoroughly a class behavior. It redounds both to other members of her class, lessening their serial impotence, and to the groups and institutions that have aided her, revealing to them that they have in some way touched her. This praxis, although numerically one, exists differently on several levels. The praxis of a class member who is not a member of an active group or institution affects the class differently than one who belongs to these groups. The members of the active group, whether a group in fusion or a pledged group, dissolve seriality for all here. Although a class, Sartre notes, is never a group, even in revolutionary times, the active groups within the class establish the possibility of greater fusion. Reciprocally, this possibility of greater unity is lived as an aspect of class praxis. Thus the class consciousness of the woman in Sartre's example establishes the possibility of greater militancy, not as an abstract possibility but as a structure of her organic being. Indeed, from another perspective, the institutions within her class, the organized union with its permanent officials and their more or less frozen structures, reflect onto class seriality as schema of totalization. The institutions, with their permanent officials, become the possible means through which a sovereign power can be used to organize the class for militancy. Of course, active groups, institutions, and seriality all influence each other. For example, an active group, such as one leading a non-authorized strike, not only recalls institutions, such as a labor union, to their original goals of fighting the dominant class, but it also establishes the possibility of altering these institutions or forming subgroups within them. Here it might be helpful to clarify what it means to call praxis totalizing. Loosely speaking, every intentional act is totalizing. Primitive farmers culti. 237 The place of history. Vatting land totalize their environment insofar they produce a transcendent, unified object. Cultivated land T-hat embodies their numerous, separate acts. Strictly speaking, however, totalization is an aspect of praxis and not of, non-historical, action. The action of the primitive farmer, like Robinson Crusoe, is linear, that is, on a two-dimensional plane of organization transcending inorganic matter. Praxis is multidimensional, it brings together facets of different social levels, individuals, groups, and institutions. It does this not by an added reflection or effort but by being praxis itself. And this praxis is simultaneously a comprehension, although this comprehension may exist more or less explicitly on the part of the member of the collective. To return to our earlier example, the praxis of renting an apartment involves both a comprehension and an activity that operates simultaneously on many levels. Privately, the apartment chosen may reflect personal preferences. But this same choice may also express class distinction and participate in large scale economic situations, such as an inflationary period that raises rents in most large cities throughout the world. Moreover, the individual renter may be implicitly or explicitly aware of these levels of praxis, but what is important for our purposes is that the condition for the possibility of explicit comprehension exists in the situation itself. Newspapers, radio, television, all these media create a milieu in which the phenomenon of renting can be known to share in large-scale economic and social forces. But here we have to recall an earlier reservation. We are assuming that there is one totalization for all of our history. Although the critique does not critically validate the perspective of a history, we nevertheless are aware of such uncritically. It seems obvious to us that our history is inextricably bound up with the technological world. Every means of decrying the technological world must use technology. The Eastern mystic can effectively denounce technology only through modern means of technology. Furthermore, the fact that the cheap production of consumable goods are moved from one foreign market to another indicates a human environment that has been practically totalized to be one. If the above could be critically established, the conditions for the possibility of a praxis existing on this historical level would also be given. Our present perspective thus uncritically accepts that there is a history for our present situation. Critically, however, it establishes the critique only regionale. Sartre expressly refers to the French working class, particularly until 1936. From this regional perspective, the class praxis of the working class is characterized as a praxis process that is also a BET. First, to describe class praxis as a process is to call attention to the fact that it is historical, insofar as it is constituted. Every praxis, as an intentional act, transcends or surpasses the given in its situation, and from this perspective it is constituting. But, as historical, this transcending is reciprocally something that is itself constituted. To understand the distinctiveness of calling praxis see constituted, we. 238 Book 2, From Groups to History, Part 2. Must first recognize that every intentional act is reciprocally affected by its object. The cultivated land is the truth of the primitive worker as a farmer. And the rescue of a drowning person is the truth of the act of bravery committed by the one who risks his life. In both cases, these truths can express a transcendence that establishes a new truth for the individual in his relation to his situation. The primitive farmer may have been a former nomad, the present-day brave rescuer a former coward. But class being, on the other hand, presents an untranscendable limit. The praxis process that surpasses it establishes it. Thus, an action is a constituted praxis precisely insofar as its truth has already been given to it in the same act by which it transcends it. The working woman who insists on her right to have a safe abortion in a professional hospital fulfills her class being even as she transcends it. Her praxis is part of a process of establishing woman's rights within her class. Insofar as this process is the manifestation of institutions, it is intentional but authorless. Second, the woman's praxis exists as a BET, insofar as those within her class commit themselves to the class struggle without adequate knowledge or guarantees of success. It is a continuing but ambiguous struggle to free oneself from dominance. Thursdays, insofar as the dialectic remains only regionally established, there will always remain an aspect of our praxis that appears stolen from us by unknown forces. For Sartre, the concrete features of class being are only determined by historical circumstance. Of which the changing means of production are only one. In the text, Sartre describes very carefully the differences between the class being that existed in the early days of skilled labor and the class being that existed in the more recent times of interchangeable workers. During the anarcho-syndicalist movement, the skilled workers considered unskilled workers as not truly workers. Rights for workers meant rights for an elite. In this respect, there was more than one dominating class. The universal machine, however, had the effect of making all the workers see themselves in their common humanity, the same insofar as they all received wages. Permanent union officials could now represent all the workers, even though these officials did not do any specialized work. These officials existed both as the possibility of becoming regulatory thirds and as the permanent sovereignty of the workers, when these workers were passive. We may still wonder how we can comprehend class praxis, particularly since on one level it operates as the authorless anti-dialectic. Sartre reminds us that Engels tried to make history comprehensible by reducing class struggle to the inert complex of the means of production. Thus, assuming, for simplicity, only two classes, the means of production themselves produced an opposition between the dominated and the dominant class. Those. 239. The place of HI story. Within the class merely actualized an aggressive tendency in the material social order. Engels had objected that Dühring referred too easily and too quickly to oppression as the cause of class conflicts, but, in so doing, Engels went to the other extreme, adopting an economism that eliminated the reality of class struggle. Engels thus tried to make history comprehensible by reducing the opposition between the dialectic and the anti-dialectic to an opposition of the forces of nature. But he thereby eliminated both the dialectic and analytic reason as means for comprehending history, for unless we see the dialectic as praxis and the anti-dialectic as this praxis turning on itself his story, as well as science, becomes a mere unintelligible brute given. We must insist again that we do not first discover intelligibility in nature and then extrapolate it into history. Intentional human praxis is that which is first and foremost intelligible, and nature itself is meaningful only in light of praxis. The naturalization of history robs it of its intelligibility and is, in fact, contrary to experience. There is real oppression in the world, and real class struggle. Human beings provide more than merely the blind energy for actualizing an inert mechanism of opposition. The social order is itself a human product, intelligible in the light of the circularity of human praxis. Praxis is both embedded in matter, giving matter objective meanings and inertia, and an interiorization and transcendence of these embedded meanings. Objectified, antagonistic relations thus refer both to past institutionalized acts of oppression and to present oppressive acts that sustain and surpass institutionalized praxis. It is not only the means of production that causes alienation, but oppression and repression as well. Below the infrastructure of the means of production is an actively oppressed working class struggling to free itself from the active and daily dominating praxis of a dominating class. It is true that we must not interpret this class struggle in either an idealistic or a voluntaristic sense. We are not referring to a group of atomistic individuals freely united to oppress another group. Class antagonism does not result from the manipulations of a few wicked people. Such individual or even group acts of oppression could never, of themselves, have established a system such as class oppression. A praxis of oppression is more inhuman than an isolated murder, for such praxis arises from and transcends inertia, re-establishing the possibility of a new praxis of class oppression. Sartre uses the example of the French Coloradonization of Algeria. From the perspective of the conquering French, the Muslims were other than human, they were subhumans who were either mindless savages to be controlled or devils that could not be defeated. Once the force of aggression established a colonial system, it was as easy for the French officials to act through it as it was difficult for the Muslims to evade it. Nevertheless, it was sustained only by people who were willing to be the instrument of a capitalist nation or by pressure groups wishing to make profits at any cost. True. 240 Book 2, From Groups to History, Part 2. This praxis of oppression is original comprehensible as a move for profit. A stage of totalization had been reached by French capitalists, such that Algeria appeared as a natural object of colonization. Nevertheless, this stage of totalization was itself produced by former alienating praxis. And, more importantly, neither past praxis nor economic conditions produced, of themselves, the distinctive oppression that was the colonization of Algeria. This colonization was neither deducible from nor reducible to economic conditions or past practices, it was a new praxis of oppression. The praxis of oppression is at the root not only of economic conditions but of sociological ones as well. Pauperization, the rapid appearance of a poor, uneducated, unemployed, atomized populace of natives is not an unfortunate or necessary result of an advanced society coming into contact with a backward one. Rather, it is the result of the common praxis of oppression and exploitation. True, what might be called, in analytic terms, the condition for the possibility of this violence, as a unified and serial structure, arose out of the practico-inert field of the colonizing country. Thus, whenever colonization is actualized, it is true that it is actualized in a framework that already constitutes a specific act of colonialization as justifiable. But this violence, as an inertial system, was itself established by prior human praxis. Nevertheless, it is also important to realize that colonialization, as a specific form of class struggle, is not merely a praxis but a process as well. We will see later that to reduce class struggle to pure praxis is to make class antagonism an idealistic conflict among supraorganic forces. Sartre's point here is that colonialization arises out of the practico-inert violent background of bourgeois, capitalist society, yet transcends this violence in acts of extreme exploitation. Once established, These acts of super-exploitation create a new practico inert, with conditions of even more intense violence. But these conditions must be constantly recreated and sustained by the colonialists. In order to understand more clearly how the super-exploitation occurs, Sartre describes two aspects of colonialization as a process praxis. He continues to use the French occupation of Algeria as an example. First, colonialization is a clear example of the reality of class struggle, because it merges a distinctive type of oppression with its exploitation. The term colonialization attempts to mask the violence of the occupation. This masking is necessary, a liberal democracy can live with, indeed is based upon, exploitation, for example, the illusion of the free contract. Yet it cannot openly condone the excessive inhumanity involved in violently oppressing. 24.1 The place of history. People for profit. Indeed, initially the colonialization of Algeria was not a clear, common national goal of obtaining a cheap labor force. There were political factors. Nevertheless, violence was present, and it resulted in large-scale killings of Muslims. If the governmental institutions did not, at first, have a clear common goal of colonialization, they had not excluded the possibility either. A structure of inhumanity had already been established within French society. If it were possible for bourgeois French capitalists to treat their fellow citizens, at best, as merely the inhuman others who by law had to be given a decent wage, then the condition for the possibility of treating the Algerian Muslims as alien, subhuman creatures was already given. Still, this structure of violence as a hexis, that is, as a habitual state, did not of itself lead to active oppression. Violent pressure groups, rapacious for profit, had to organize and transcend this hexis towards super-exploitation. Propaganda attempted to justify the continuing invasion by claiming that it was not really an invasion but merely the industrialization of an underprivileged group. Clearly, however, this was not enough to justify violence. A new idea was needed, an idea never spoken but present in the praxis of Colorado-nealization itself, namely, racism. Violence had to be used because the Muslim was subhuman. And the people of the liberal metropolitan areas were told that no one knew this better than the colonialist. Individual colonialists entered into a self-justifying structure in which they saw themselves as the human others threatened by the wild, inhuman Muslims. Of course, there were degrees of racism, but even tolerance assumed the inhumanity of the Muslim. Colonialization, however, is violence not only as praxis but as process. It is process because it arose from a network of earlier violence and continued into a network of new violence. It is praxis because violent people used habitualized violence to establish a new violent network. This transcending violence of super-exploitation is neither deducible from the old nor, when given, is it reducible to it. It is a new praxis recreating itself on every level and contenu in G itself as a new process, colonialization. The Muslim society was thus atomized by violence, the old feudal forms of labor were destroyed to create a cheap labor force. The new industrial centralization did not arise from the old, it was imposed and it created its own poor class, one that was dependent on wages for subsistence. Some of the members of this newly created poor class were then helped, and this help was pointed to as justifying colonialization. Of course, this type of decentralization was characteristic of capitalism even in France. But in colonialism, it could be carried out as an economic experiment, isolated from other pressure groups that could moderate its inhumanity. This economic experiment operated within the context of a Manichaeism that could at any moment both justify the annihilation of the Muslim as the purely inhuman, and glorify the colonialist as the savior. Needless to say, it is the colonialists who have made themselves subhuman. At times, this 242 Book 2, From Groups to History, Part 2. Incarnate violence was actualized against the Muslim, but its main function was to justify as humane every violence short of extermination, This Manichaeism brings us to another aspect of colonial praxis. Colonialists are conditioned by the violent structure of colonialization even as they try to condition the structure itself. To be a colonialist is to allow oneself to be molded as an oppressor. Praxis is here always in the context in which French culture defines the colonialist as the human other and the Muslim as the subhuman other. Of course, an individual colonialist may not beat Muslims and may even attempt to treat them humanly. The truth of the situation, however, is always present. The Muslim is one who deserves by nature to be beaten. And the Muslims cannot free themselves of this inhumanity imposed on them by the entire colonial apparatus. For colonialization takes from them their own heritage and gives them nothing in return. Superexploitation attempts to transform them into a pure means for profit. A particular Muslim may now, in this context, be treated very well. The situation is not changed, however, except that the colonialist now appears as a savior. In a similar way, an anti-Semite may indeed have a best friend who is a Jew, precisely to justify his anti-Semitism. Although a handful of Muslims may be educated, the aim of colonialism is generally to keep those colonized from entering into the society of the occupying country. The goal is cheap labor, and this goal requires the daily practice of keeping the Muslim on a subhuman level. Behind these daily practices is the African army, justifying the violence of the Muslim to the colonialist. And to be human, the Muslim must be violent. For one aim of colonialization is to prevent the Muslims from forming active groups. This goal, however, structures a situation in which adverse Muslim groups are always potential present. But colonialization itself also creates, within the seriality of Muslim society, the false illusion of a common praise. It does this so that any individual opposition can always be repressed violently as a group praxis in revolt. Furthermore, the ever-present possibility of revolt keeps the colonialists themselves from ever uniting into a true group that could transcend the Colorado-Nile structure. This structure simultaneously keeps both the colonialist and the oppressed as other than themselves. The colonialists, insofar as they at least accept the colonial structure, allows themselves to be situated as the human others, the ones in a strange land inhabited by fierce aliens. The Muslims, newly revealed to be subhuman, ashamed of their primitive past, and incapable of attaining en masse the humanity of the conquerors, have no human option except individual violence. The inhumanity of the colonialists is their praxis as colonialists. It is, for example, the existence of every colonialist who enjoys a high standard of living, and the reciprocal existence of the average Muslim existent on starvation wages. That the total colonial praxis aims. 243. The place of history. At its own annihilation is part of the economic experiment of seeing how far a starved people can be pushed before it is unable to work. The inhuman experiment must go to an extreme, provoking violence in reaction. The violence of the rebel was the violence of the colonialist, there was never any other. Satres here continues to show that our history is the result of real class struggle. To repeat, this struggle has two aspects. On the one hand, Sartre insists that Engels was right in affirming against Dühring that class oppression cannot conceivably result from the violence of individual, cruel capitalists. Such violence would evaporate in its local environments and not lead to oppressing and oppressed classes of society. On the other hand, Engels was wrong in simplistically attributing class struggle to the means of production and the inexorable economic laws that produce the capitalists and the proletariat. For Sartre, on the contrary, class oppression involves both a practico-inert system in which the idea of oppression already exists and the interiorization and transcendence of this idea by the praxis of individual human beings. This praxis is both that of serially connected individuals and that of active groups. Further, it is a praxis process. It arises from violence as a hexis and evolves to a new structure, giving the possibility of greater violence. But it is human beings and not things that are actively violent. It is individual, organic praxis that both sustains the hexis of violence and carries it to new heights. Marxists, Sartre maintains, emphasize how the means of production and economic laws produce either the worker in relation to the capitalist or the capitalist in relation to the worker. But they do not show how the praxis of capitalists produces workers or how the workers' own free praxis allows them to be produced as a reserve labor force. Sartre asks us to recall that our experience reveals human relations to be reciprocal. In the abstract, apart from the sociality introduced by our history, every human action is immediately reciprocal. Intentionality merely requires that consciousness is of something other than itself. Sartre's point here is that all action, whether contemplative, affective, or more obviously exteriorly directed, is also reciprocal. It constitutes its object while being constituted by it. For example, the farmer who tills the soil is a farmer through the land that he is cultivating. The intentio of cultivating is primarily the action of cultivating and secondarily the habitual orientation to this praxis that pre-exists in the land, that is, there is no neutral act of digging into the ground that subsequently becomes an act of cultivating by some exterior, imposed relation, such as might res from the farmer's mental intention. Sociality does not eliminate his abstract reciprocity, nor does it merely localize it as an instance within a class. Sociality radically alters this reciprocity so that, as we have seen, it now occurs only as mediated by a third and, even more concretely, by the specific mediation within a groupie. Indeed, uncritically, we are first and foremost aware of this more complex, historical reciprocity. We must always keep in mind that we are not attempting to reconstruct history from an ahistorical perspective that would claim to know the past as a brute given. Our past is the past of our present history, it is the past that we regressively discover from our present perspective and concretely transcend in our present praxis. This does not mean that this pati is relative in a skeptical sense. Rather, the living past is the meanings embedded in matter, in institutions, and, more subtly, in the entire cultivated environment into which we are born. We discover and interpret the inert past that of inscript ions, bouquets, and the behavior of primitive societies only through the past that we here and now transcend through our present eyes. It is in this sense that we now see scarcity to be the milieu that gave rise to violence and oppression. There is no a priori reason why scarcity should lead to oppression rather than cooperation. But scarcity did not lead to cooperation, and we have no practical idea what such a human ity would have been like. Regressively, we can conjecture that scarcity provided the condition for the possibility of a humanity in which the few protected themselves against the many by accumulation of goods and thereby acquired the power to establish a system that made our history possible. We know for certain, however, that the present praxis of accumulating surplus capital is embedded in the capitalist process itself. Furthermore, Sartre notes, this praxis shows that the process can continue only by constantly increasing reserve capital needed for improvements. This praxis also reveals the necessity of retaining a large reserve populace of unemployed as a source of relatively cheap labor. Violence and oppression are thus inherent in the system itself. True, Sartre is directly referring to the capitalism of the first part of the 19th century, but his point is that we must not think that these obvious excesses were due either merely to a worldwide economic advancement that unfortunately demanded suffering or to the praxis of a few cruel and selfish capitalists. Class oppression is due to a continuing axis process of oppression in which everyone in the class is serially connected with each oppressor. Each is the other who is oppressing only because the other oppresses. Bourgeois humanism tends to mask the Manichaean ethic of the capitalist. 246 Book II, From Groups to HI Story, Part 2. This ethic actually portrays the worker as free to do only evil. Like the Colorado nihilist, the worker is the alien subhuman. But there is a difference. The capitalist first raises the worker abstractly to the fully human level of the capitalist. In the moment of the contract, the worker shakes the hand of the capitalist as an equal in a universal humanity. In the next moment, the worker discovers he has freely accepted to become a commodity. Bourgeois humanism thus has two moments. First, there is the empty pseudo-concept of a humanity in which everyone exists as free, atomistic individuals. But here we must recall what has been said about reciprocity. Human ity comes to each of us only through the humanity of others. We can only be full ly human to the extent that the praxis of each makes the other to be human. Second, this pseudo-concept allows for a real mystification to occur. There is indeed a moment during the contract when the worker is raised to the level of a fully free individual. The worker can reject the contract just as the employer can reject the worker. But this equality is constituted by the capitalist for the control of the worker. Constraint is the control of a freedom, and what the capitalist needs besides machines are freedoms that can be controlled. The constraint is apparent in the possibility of being unemployed, with all its consequences. And the violence hidden in this is apparent in the waste of lives so evident in the 19th century, a waste that could not be explained economically. The capitalist uses the free contract to reveal the worker as the Manichean personification of evil, as the alien subhuman that must live on the brink of extermination for the sake of the truly human. 2. Bourgeois humanism is thus the other side of racism. Racism begins with postulating the other as subhuman. It then justifies this Manichean hatred by incidentally treating a particular subhuman as human, as if admitting that he escaped, by chance, from the contamination of his race. Bourgeois humanism, however, begins by postulating the other as human but then blames him for not living up to his humanity by being a capitalist. In the ethic of the capitalist, the worker's subhumanity is revealed by their having to choose between wages and unemployment. If workers possessed true freedom, they would control others and not allow themselves to be controlled. This humanism is not incidental to capitalism. It is capitalism as it understands itself. The fully human is the one with initiative, and the one with initiative is the one who can manipulate others for profit. If others allow themselves to be manipulated, it must be because their laziness, stupidity, or other traits reveal them to be subhuman. Of course, the individual praxis of the capitalist is not determined completely by the capitalist system. Indeed, Sartre notes, an individual petit bourgeois, like Flaubert, may discover that he is using others despite his intentions. The inhumanity then exists as the frozen shouts within the system. Others, however, may relish the exploitation and increase the inhumanity. Furthermore, the capitalist competes as an individual. Once he enters the system, his goal is no longer a common goal relating goods to needs. Locally, on a superficial lateral level, he may have genuine discussions with workers about production. But he competes, as it were, vertically, in a market where he is the other competing with every other as other. But the important point at present is that the capitalist system is not, as Sartre sees Engels to have maintained, a completed totality, but a serial relation, a collective within which active and institutional groups operate. The capitalist thus finds himself in a collective whose totalization is always a flight, always beyond in some transfinite go /. This totalization is hypothesized as if it were a completed totality. In order to invert the economic law in reality, each individual serial behavior constitutes economic laws, but, as a totality, the capitalistic system appears to have laws that govern individual behavior. In this context, liberalism, like humanism, operates as a practical idea for the capitalist. It postulates two contradictory principles, first, that rigid law specifically economic laws, cause certain types of social disasters and, second, that these laws are to be made less rigid by treating society as a totality within which wealth is to be better distributed. But this view merely accepts the capitalist mystification that society is really a totality of free, atomistic individuals who merely have to be given a better chance to compete. Such competition, however, would lead back to rigid laws, for it implies the necessary accumulation of wealth for the privileged FAW. Equality is merely the equality to be ruthless. Furthermore, and on a deeper level, liberalism, like capitalism, aims at preventing the masses from grouping together for their own common goal. Like capitalism, it fears what such a humanity grouped together for its own common goal would mean for the survival of the elite. Our goal in this concluding part of the critique is to establish critically the existence of opposing classes and to show that this real conflict constitutes our history. On an abstract level, a class appears to be a complex of serially connected individuals, active pressure groups and institutionalizations. Critically, it is becoming clear how this ambiguous totality, neither group nor hyperorganism, can be an objective structure, and how through this 248 Book 2, From Groups to History, Part 2. Structure there can be a distinct class praxis. Indeed, the existence of opposing classes is being established simultaneously in and through the existence of a class praxis of exploitation and oppression. The above procedure must be understood dialectically and not as a positivistic cause-effect argument. That is, at each more concrete stage of comprehension, the internal, reciprocal relation of class being to class praxis is examined. The aim is to see if an individual, serial praxis can participate in a common statute while not being part of an active group. This participation implies that there is effectively a distinct class praxis or, to be more precise, that class praxis is an aspect of everyone's action as historical. My use of the term participation must not be accepted in a Platonic or otherwise idealistic sense. In this last part of the critique, Sartre is particularly careful to show that class being and class praxis are the result of how we have worked the environment and how this worked matter then affects our futuri. Specifically, Sartre here continues to lay the groundwork for showing how the claim of Malthusianism, that poverty is due to increased population and limited resources, is not an a priori economic law but rather a relation between human beings and goods, established by the praxis of oppressing classes in order to keep a reserve populace of cheap labor. Sartre's example is that of the French Revolution of 1848. 3. The main point of the example is to exhibit, in a more concrete way, how there can be a class praxis even though a class is not a group. The revolution unmasked the class oppression that had always existed. The fact that this oppression was at times ambiguous and complex, involving the upper bourgeoisie, the petite bourgeoisie, and the skilled and unskilled proletariat, did not make it less real. In the final analysis, there were massacres, the dead and those who killed them. True, there was never any assembly uniting itself by a pledge through the mediation of every other as a third. But there was a quasi-pledge, a negative willingness of the upper bourgeoisie to go along with the pressure groups and institutionalized forces killing the populace. The bourgeois saw clearly that they were in a struggle to death with the lower C1 this comprehension was practical and reciprocal. The proletariat was revealed through numerous reports as a violent mob capable of a unified action that will tear down the social edifice. And indeed the proletariat does have this abstract, material capacity. If it were ever armed, no force could stand against it. For the bourgeoisie, local massacres were justified to prevent a possible common action by the proletariat. Of course, the bourgeois saw themselves as the upholders of justice, but they could not deny that they were on the Benechianel end of this justice. They justified their position as a reward for their humanity. In their Manichaean ethic, all social evils were due to the workers. In the moment of the contract, the workers admitted to being human, but, by their own voluntary acceptance of wages for labor, they then confessed to their subhumanity. They had to be either forced to be human or treated as subhuman. The upper bourgeoisie accepted that the national workshops, whose purpose was to give work and bread to the poor, had failed because the workers were lazy. The riots were thus unjustified, and the killings of the workers were moral. the bourgeoisie justified the killings by making the proletarian a criminal. The average bourgeois was united to these active killings on three levels. First, he allowed himself to be defined within a rights-duty system instituted and confirmed by a sovereign power that accepted and upheld him as the upper class. Second, he passively but practically accepted the killings. He could have escaped this real qualification, or statute of his being, by actively forming with democratic members of the bourgeoisie to oppose the massacres. 5. But he saw and accepted his other being in the active oppressive praxis of his fellow capitalists, he merged with his other in a common class being. Third, he accepted his instrumental relation with pressure groups that were working to sustain and foster his position in the social structure. He allowed his own praxis to be contaminated with this instrumentality, he accepted the inertia that fostered a long-term oppression of the lower classes. He thus practically accepted himself as the common enemy of the poor. True, he had not gathered in any assembly hall with other bourgeois to denounce the worker. Nevertheless, he daily saw and practically accepted himself as the other bourgeois, doing and approving what was being done to the worker. The average bourgeois thus spontaneously interiorized his common class being as a class antagonist of the worker, his praxis had become a class praxis. Reciprocally, the average proletarian saw the bourgeoisie as united against him. He had a relative or friend who had been killed, and he was implicitly aware of the bourgeoisie as the class that aimed at his extermination. Each group gave the other its other being from which it interiorized a statute of unity. In the next generation, the children would receive the statute as their concrete, common past being. His past would not of itself determine the positive content of each individual life, but it would give the context that each must transcend. In the language of being and nothingness, common past. Being would be an aspect of each child's pre-reflective, non-thetic awareness of the world. As the child matured and reflected on its relation to its parents and its friends, it would gradually establish a unity between the diachronic and synchronic aspects of its personal history. The child would either rebel against this humanly constituted destiny or fulfill and further it. Specifically, for the bourgeois son, reflection reveals the Manichaean dimension of the past, the massacres, and their justification as a priori givens. Of itself, reflection does not spontaneously establish a critical distance between the one reflecting and the object reflected upon, rather, it spontaneously attempts to integrate the present with the past as given. 6. Critical reflection requires a distinct effort to escape the normal context of reflection. The bourgeois son could see himself as one who is oppressing the poor. But inertia makes it easier to go ahead with new forms of justification. The past is easier seen as a sacred birth than as an evil that has to be halted and remedied. Within this Manichaean ethic, the bourgeois father becomes the savior. The absolute refusal to retreat, as a used truth revealed by the action of the fathers, was adopted by the sons as a double inert limit, that is to say as an impossibility and as a pledge, e. 769, f. 716, nf. 847. The long-term results of the bourgeois class praxis, Sartre notes, are still with us in the revolutionary character of the French proletariat. The immediate results were, however, ambiguous. Class consciousness was raised, but the hope of reform was lost. What was asked for was state regulation, a form of state aid that kept the worker as an inferior being. An enlightened capitalism would have seen this to be in its best interests, but naked hatred was revealed in the insistence on the wage contract as the only public relation with the poor. In this respect Sartre says that Marx was of course right in his claim that the worker is the secret of the bourgeois society. But in France in 1848, the bourgeois first constituted himself as the secret of the worker, he appeared to his wage earners as the necessity that they should live the impossibility of living, or as the impossibility of their struggling against poverty without running the risk of being exterminated on his orders, e. 766, f. 716, nf. 845. 2. Bourgeois respectability. In the late 19th century, we have already seen how, despite seriality and alterity, the bourgeois were able to comprehend their membership in a class, by either actively approving of or passively acquiescing to the bloody repression of work ers. Within the complex structure of class being, serially connected individuals, institutions, and active groups, it is the latter two that give the schema of comprehension for individual praxis. Each praxis is a transcendence of a practico-inert schema, but the schema gives the material condition for the possibility of this transcendence, even as it sets the limits. As we have just seen, the active groups give the archetype of bourgeois praxis. These groups reflect an elusive but real unity on the collective, a unity that is always elsewhere. Seriality is not dissolved, nevertheless, each individual lives his other directed being as a transcending of another's praxis. That his praxis is his own only in so far as his also the other bourgeois and, like every other, transcends this common praxis in order continually to approximate the bourgeois and sustain the class. This practical, projected passage to the limit gives the bourgeois the statute of a common individual who is also the other. There is no true common action with its clearly accepted joint responsibility. Rather, each as other does what every other as other must do. But unlike ordinary other-directed behavior, this behavior arises from and is rooted in distinct violent acts of oppression that were done for the benefit of the bourgeoisie. This oppression was carried out not only through pressure groups but also through a distinct serial mode of behavior that was later to become institutionalized, namely, our respectability. To understand French 19th century bourgeois respectability as an oppressive praxis is to see it as a form of lay puritanism and as an aspect of the praxis process of Malthusianism. This bourgeois respectability was both a new form of class oppression and a way of justifying past oppression. Its signification, however, was different for those who originated it and for those who carried it out. For the originators, respectability was a dachronic determination of the original acts of violence against the workers during the 1848 revolution. It also transcended this violence synchronically, by instituting a new behavior of oppression. In this sense, respectability, as we will see short tly, was a use-truth, a right usage, for the bourgeoisie. For the heirs, respectability became a diachronic determination of respectability as a hexis, that is, a reified schema of received and approved actions. The synchronic determination of the heirs' praxis of respectability was their explicit comprehension of it as not only justifying the original acts of murder but also instituting a novel form of oppression. Respectability was the way the bourgeois justified upper-class status. This could not be done, as with the aristocracy, by birth, nor by merit alone, since this upper-class status had to be passed on. There was also a general recognition that technical skills justified one's social merit. This new justification could only be, in Satres' terms, a merit which was a birth and a birth which was a merit, e. 773, f. 719, nf. 85 /. Of course, this justification was not a 252 Book 2, From Groups to History, Part 2. Logical exercise. It was occasioned by the growing accumulation of wealth, and, at least for the heirs, a bourgeois utilitarianism that was itself based on the need to reinvest large profits in machines. But what concerns us here is not the social conditions of its origins, which gives the condition for the possibility of its existence. Rather, we are here concerned with respectability as an intelligible praxis that was both an oppressive behavior toward the proletariat and a justification of the bourgeois class. We have seen that capitalism required that everyone be equal by nature in the moment of the contract. It was not nature that distinguished the employers from the employees, rather, it was something that the employers ascribed to themselves, namely, culture. This culture was an anti-nature, a restriction on the wild excesses of nature. The men wore stiff shirts, the women corsets. The women, in particular, ate before they went out to dinner and, Sartre notes, they did not hide their frigidity. For the individual bourgeois, this behavior was not always a sham. But, regardless of any personal synchronic determination and transcendence of this praxis, respectability was primarily a public affair. No bourgeois who wished to remain in the class would have thought of doing the opposite, namely, being ascetic in private and showing normal, natural appetites in public. Respectability as a public behavior therefore revealed even the body of the bourgeois as cultured and superior to that of the worker. This superiority was not given by nature but was attained through the meritorious efforts of each bourgeois as a member of his class. The worker, through his own fault, had a mere body of nature, and was thus responsible for both the wild brutality of nature and its laziness. The archetypical acts of massacres aimed at eliminating the worker were justified, as was the present need to keep this uncultured animal either in restraint or under benign tutorship. By being hard on themselves, the bourgeois justified their stern behavior toward the worker. That their ascetic behavior was within a context of plenty, a hunger that at any moment could be satisfied, showed for them the superiority of their freedom rather than the sham of their hunger. For the heirs, the sternness of the parents' behavior justified their inheritance and their class statute. In this context we can also speak of class status, for, in this context, the term status is seen to indicate a distinctive alienation and oppression. But if in one sense this praxis is received from the previous gene ratio n, in another it is a new kind of oppressive behavior by the new generation. If the parents are more responsibly for initiating the praxis, the heirs are more responsible for instituting respectability as a new statute of the IR class behavior. For the heirs, respectability is clearly comprehended as an other-directed class behavior. This comprehension is itself an other-directed comprehension within the context of an accepted, practico-inert idea of our respectability. Thus, each bourgeois comprehends that he, as other. 253 Class struggle and dialectical reason. Is respectable for every other bourgeois, and that every other bourgeois, as other, is respectable for him. He puts on a stiff collar for every other bourgeois, aware that every other dresses in the same way for him. But this is not a common action that springs from interiority and goes out, through reciprocity and mediation, to a common object. Each bourgeois dresses for the other, in this sense, no one dresses. The bourgeois is only given in a flight to infinity that is always elsewhere but never here to be examined. His seriality merely imitates the group. In a group, every elsewhere is here, in class praxis every here is elsewhere. Even bourgeois thoughts, precisely as bourgeois, are flights towards something that is always elsewhere. There are thoughts about popular artists, but each thinker thinks the thoughts of the other. Authors, painters, and other notables pass on and new ones appear without anyone being personally aware of their passing or their appearing. This way of thinking reflects what Sartre calls objective class spirit. The term spirit is here used merely in the sense of a medium through which signs circulate among class members. It is important to see that respectability and the thoughts, speech, and actions performed within a class spirit are indeed class praxis. Active groups establish archetypical practices that situate the thoughts and practices of each bourgeois. This schema, however, is not the simple past being that provides the context for normal, reciprocal organic praxis. Normal reflection would not allow for appropriating cruel, archetypical practices as mine. That is, reflection, of itself, does not go beyond the spontaneous praxis from which it arose. Other-directed comprehension is a type of herd knowledge. It is about others who did something for me as the other. That is, I am always the other, the bourgeois over there, for whom those massacres were done. And I see my new oppression, the putting on of my stiff collar, to be also acts done there by the other bourgeois who must restrain the worker for me. I may, indeed, personally transcend this other-directed class comprehension by my gentle behavior toward the workers I employ. but my respectability shows to them and myself the ever-present possibility of actual violence. Even when I am kind as the other whose justice may, at any moment, require the punishment of the worker. I see my own violence as a sacred task that may be demanded of me, even though I may be personally against violence. By my daily praxis I keep myself from myself, lest I face the naked truth of my violence and oppression. But this self-deception is not a logical feat. It is the class praxis itself, insofar as each one's praxis is spontaneously the praxis of every other in the class. It is as the public other and for the public other that the bourgeois is respectable. 3. Class struggle in the 20th century. Capitalism merely requires the exploitation of the employee, that is, the controlled use of the worker as a commodity whose value is labor. 254 Book II, From Groups to History, Part 2. Power. True, THIS exploitation is a form of oppression, but, in the abstract, oppression in a capitalist system should always be for the sake of higher profits. The bourgeoisie should not fear a content proletariat, happily swapping its human energy, initiative, and creativity for money. Also, insofar as capitalism is a means for moving the industrial process forward to new markets, the standard of living for more and more workers should become better. There is no logical a priori need for workers to compete among themselves for better and better living conditions. To postulate that innate greed moves human beings to compete among themselves is to make the free, organic individual into a mechanical device. Where something like greed exists, it is produced by human beings as part of a social fabric that then is accepted, stabilized, and heightened by the free, appropriating praxis of other human beings actualizing a condition for the possibility of greed as it exists within the practico inert. Greed, as a mere interpersonal relation, could never account for the accumulation of wealth that characterizes our history. The point for the present discussion is that, of itself, capitalism as an economic process does not require oppression as an end. Indeed, although a passive oppression is always present in the exploiting relation of the employer as controller to employee as controlled, oppression is also the contradictory of exploitation. For naked oppression leads to the death of the employee, the elimination of labor power. Thus, Sartre notes, there is no logical impossibility in imagining a society where multiplicities have formed within class conflicts. Expanding on this notion, it may seem logically possible for an intelligent, paternalistic capitalism to develop, in which every worker would be educated to accept a modest increase in standard of living so that every other worker's standard of living might likewise be raised. 7. Under such enlightened oppression, for oppression it would still be, industrialization would gradually raise the standard of living for all the people in the world. This is very clearly seen in farming. Of themselves, the technological advances in farming could enable a world in which all were nourished. But the world in which we practically live, the world of our history, is one in which we pay farmers not to grow wheat, while large portions of humanity starve. 8. This situation could not be an epiphenomenon, that is, an accidental or incidental feature of an economy gone slightly astray. It exists because, in the concrete, exploitation is also an oppression that contradictorily seeks the death of the oppressed. Regressively, we can comprehend the existence of the condition for the possibility of class violence to have arisen from scarcity. As we have remarked, we may conjecture that the origin of scarcity arose from a primitive, prehistorical fact that there was not enough food for all. But regressive comprehension does not depend on such an ahistorical perspective. The important point is that our present praxis maintains and furthers an intentional structured milieu of scarcity that no longer depends on its earlier origin. This structured scarcity gives the condition for the possibility of a history that has developed through class conflicts. This conflict is not the inert movement of an anti-dialectic clashing with a dialectic, it is the conflict of praxis against praxis or, to be more accurate, praxis process against praxis process. True, history cannot be understood as resulting from the clashes among important individuals, although HI story is often presented in this extremely elitist context. Nor can history be understood as resulting from the praxis of organized groups, for these are usually small and sporadic. If there is true class conflict, it can only be understood as the opposing praxis of collectives whose amorphous but real unities compose active groups, institutions, and individuals connected by seriality. For pedagogical reasons, the above remarks have been presented somewhat foundationally and idealistically. They must be understood, however, as coming at the end of our study, where I hope a degree of universality has been earned. Still, it is important to observe that, although Satres proceeds from the abstract to the concrete, he has not developed the criti from abstract formulations to concrete reality. Rather, he always begins with concrete examples considered from an abstract perspective. Here, as we are approaching the end of this study, the perspective has become more concrete. Still, Sartre parenthetically notes, we have not reached historical fact, except as a simple temporalization, solidified in the past and transcended, e. 788, f. 731, nf. 865. That is, we will not in this volume of the critique critically justify that, on the most concrete level, we are living within a history that alters every aspect of our situation and life and is reciprocally altered by our life and situation. This non-Hegelian comprehension can only be achieved by seeing history as a happening. Through a collective, free praxis that has no a priori reason for being the way it is, history developed necessary structures that are now maintained and furthered by new free praxis. Thus Sartre's procedure, even in these concluding remarks, is to see the universal only as constituted by praxis. We do not begin with the notion of the proletariat, and it is dubious, that there is one viable concept of the proletariat. Sartre here critically examines the French proletariat during the 19th and early 20th century. Nevertheless, he does imply that the study can be extended analogously to other nations and other times. In the early part of the 20th century, despite worldwide industrial expansion, the French proletariat was radicalized through the extreme behavior of the bourgeoisie. As we have seen, the behavior of the bourgeoisie maintained itself through a constituted a priori, serial vow of each bourgeois as other to every other as other. The substance of this vow was that each would retain his class by remaining the same. The third generation of French bourgeoisie saw and accepted that the two massacres of workers gave birth to its diachronic and past unity. That is, these two distinct massacres, together with the present serial quasi-pledge not to change, structured the practical history of each French bourgeois. To be more precise, each bourgeois saw, through the vow of the other not to change, his own transcendence, and, through this objective spirit, the massacres were constructed anew as the past of their history. 9 In the abstract, these massacres could have been viewed as something for which the bourgeoisie should atone. To accept such a perspective, however, might have entailed the willingness to eliminate their class status. The third generation of French bourgeois thus accepted the bourgeois class structure, with its need to both further and justify oppression. This new justification took the form of Malthusianism, and it is now possible to see how this Malthusianism was not an economic law but a collective praxis. Sartre considers Malthusianism as a praxis from two perspectives. First, this praxis was constituted by two previous generations of praxis as received in matter, that is, in machines and institutions insofar as they related employer to employee. Second, this praxis was reconstituted by the need for a new violence to fit the times. The acceptance of the massacre entailed the continuing need to see the proletariat as a mob capable of subhuman violence aimed at destroying civilization. Clearly, this proletariat could not be allowed to increase and become stronger through an industrialization that sought expanding markets and greater profits. More important than profits and more important than the entire capitalistic economic process was the need for the French bourgeoisie to keep its status. A new oppression was needed, even at the price of exploitation. The workers had to be kept weak and divided. A bloodletting was required in Sartre's terms, rather than open violence. This second aspect of Malthusian praxis had three further aspects. First, it gave the dominant class control over the birth rate. Despite the possibility of expansion, the French bourgeois acted in a milieu in which expansion was not possible because there were not enough raw materials. It was necessary for them to accept as true that there could not be enough jobs for all and enough to feed all. Each bourgeois saw in the other the need to limit production. For the worker, this specification of the milieu of scarcity became a decision of life or death. For the women, in particular, it became the question of whether to have this additional child. Here, Sartre refers to his earlier comments about every generation's choosing its dead and specifically to the fact that, when a poor working woman has an abortion, she carries out the sentence passed on her by society. It is now possible to see that it is a sentence, because the scarcity of jobs and food was managed by the upper class to control the birth rate. Second, this practice was inseparable from the refusal to expand markets. Third, as we have noted, it led to competition for jobs. Indeed, unions helped encourage a few workers to attain a high standard of living at the expense of other workers. From this perspective, the bourgeoisie used the proletariat to exterminate and control itself. This created the condition for the possibility of the many to compete among themselves, thereby forming subclasses. We have now to explain how this Malthusianism was possible, that is, how the bourgeoisie could keep its status by keeping its profits at a given level. It is here that the earlier discussion of Malthusianism as a device becomes relevant. In the abstract, mass production should lower the cost of an item, each item yielding only a small profit. But by externally fixing the price higher than the minimum needed to attain a satisfactory profit, the large manufacturers could sell fewer items for the same profit. Of course, this also implied a strange willingness to forego additional profits by expanding markets. This device of the larger manufacturers oppressed the smaller ones for two reasons. First, the smaller manufacturer had additional production costs, and was forced to sell his products at a price that barely allowed him any profits. Second, by refusing to expand, the larger manufacturer could increasingly consolidate his operations, producing his product even cheaper to net greater profits. Malthusianism was thus a class praxis, polarized by pressure groups but serially propagated throughout the bourgeois collective. Each bourgeois was responsible as a member of the collective, and he comprehended his praxis as part of a collective praxis of oppression. This does not mean that there was an open conspiracy, a group decision, or collective meetings. But each, as other, saw himself in the other as the one who was controlling the market because every other was controlling it. Furthermore, each saw the unity of his class reflected to him from the proletariat. The proletariat appeared to be a potent, entirely unified mob that could avenge itself for the earlier massacres and for its present oppression. Reciprocally, in the new strikes the workers saw their unity in the fact that the bourgeoisie was yielding to their demands. Regardless of the circumstances that led them to yield to the newly propagating strikes, especially during 1936, French workers were able to see their own unity in the yielding of the bourgeoisie to their class demands. As with all strikes, these new strikes appeared as a first violence, but they were really a response to the bourgeoisie's original violence. The strikes spread serially. Their cumulative effect revealed to the proletariat its existence as a class that had been and was continuing to be oppressed by the praxis of dominating classes. This comprehension opened new possibilities of a common freedom. Sartre notes that the proletariat saw its common freedom not as a thing to be achieved once and for all but as an infinite task. The French situation reveals this class conflict to be a fight to the death. Normally, even for the French, machines intervene, masking the violence, keeping it passive so that everything can continue. But when the work is stopped, the dominating class's naked hatred and fear of the dominated is revealed. This hatred is a praxis, it is also a process. If class conflict were only praxis, there would be simply a complex of historical, reciprocal relations of love or hate, with no significant inertia to continue into the future. If it were only process, there would exist only a practico-inert field whose naked mechanism could not even be named. We would have to imagine an impossible deism in which a universal, transcendent mind contemplated a world moving by itself. That is, process itself would disappear. Class conflict thus implies both praxis and process. It is praxis as arising from historical inertia but as transcending this inertia through new praxis. The priority is always to praxis as that which initiates, sustains, and transcends the original inertia. Furthermore, unity comes to classes through praxis. Reversing the entire philosophic tradition, Sartre comments about this praxis, praxis, as the action of multiplicity, is far from being an opacity in dialectical rationality. On the contrary, dialectical rationality implies the basic priority of constituted praxis over being and even over hexis simply because in itself this rationality is nothing but the praxis of the multiplicity insofar as it is maintained and produced by free organic praxis, e. 789, f. 73-1, nf. 866. Each class, as we have noted, both comprehends and receives its unity through the unity of the other class. Since the relation of the oppressor class to the oppressed is antagonistic, this unity has a double contradictory aspect. The oppressed see themselves as being molded into a thing by 259 class struggle and dialectical reason. The oppressing class, and they comprehend the need not to be this inert unity. They also see themselves as serially impotent, powerless to resist the oppressing action. But, in their victorious strikes against the employers, they also discover their own common freedom. Groups in fusion attain individual concessions here and there, and the comprehension of these victories spreads really throughout the working class. Unions as sovereign groups of the class are formed, even though, unfortunately, they frequently ally themselves with the sovereign power of the government. Each element of the class structure, the sovereign groups, the combat groups in fusion, and the mass of serially connected individuals is affected by the comprehension of victorious action against bourgeois class action. Moreover, each of these three aspects of class being has a circular influence on the others, an influence that is itself in each case mediated by the antagonistic reaction to the other class. For example, the awareness that others are actively fighting and resisting over their FECTS, the passivity of those serially united here. What this effectively means is that even the serial behavior of the members of the class is intentional. Class praxis is not blind. The class praxis of the workers aims at freeing them from a dominance that they comprehend. This comprehension may vary in degree, but it is a comprehension in any case. Sartre illustrates the intentionality of class praxis, negatively, by the example of a small combat group in enemy territory, completely separated from its main unity and unable to receive any communication. Such a unit loses comprehension of the movement of its army against the enemy. But if it receives the slightest communication, it is aware of its position insofar as it is part of a total army. Class praxis is thus neither the praxis of the individual as such nor the common praxis of the common individual in the group E. Class praxis is praxis functioning on its widest historical level, and its distinct unity is seen in the practical connection among serily connected individuals, active groups, and institutions. Indeed, the comprehension of this unified class praxis is nothing but the behavior of 20th century workers in their jobs. Sartre notes that when a worker limits his productivity to avoid establishing a norm whereby other workers will be expected to work more than they are able and also to discourage others from establishing a norm beyond his own capabilities, then he is already, on a practical level, the master of the dialectic. On the other hand, the employer's behavior appears to be, and indeed is, formulated as if it were based on analytic knowledge. Everyone is a free, atomistic individual, capable of choosing to work or not to work. everyone is also free to work as hard as he wishes and to earn as much as he can. If he works hard enough, he may even become an employer. Finally, everyone receives the wage suited to his efforts. Aside from any deeper exploitation, what is obvious here is that this analytic approach masks a reciprocal, dialectical comprehension of the situation on the part of the employer. For, as is clear even in Socialist Count 260 Book 2, From Groups to History, Part 2. Tries, where one worker works more than the others, that is taken not as justifying additional recompense but as becoming the norm for all, on the basis that if one can do the work, all can do it. Indeed, the employer comprehends dialectically that if one works harder than the others, everyone will see himself as the other competing for the same job. The degree of our dialectical comprehension of class praxis is related to the degree of our alliance to active groups. For each of us, our class unity is not fixed or homogeneous but, rather, synthetic and fluid. It occurs within a shifting complexity of institutional groups in fusion and serialities, and it is mediated by the relation of conflict at every stage. Furthermore, this synthetic circular mediation has a distinct temporality that is its dialectical truth. I do this here because another has done that there, in the hope that still another will do something similar in the future. Of course, in the concrete, this temporality is also mediated by groups in fusion and institutional groups. The real meaning of my behavior is my praxis insofar as it is also a process, influenced by active and frozen groups and participating in the complex of material symbols, such as the dress and behavior of my class. Sartre's point is that even when we utter such statements as "you can't fight City Hall," these statements in fact hide a practical knowledge of the means to fight City Hall. Indeed, if it were totally impossible to fight City Hall, the question of fighting it would never arise. Can we really imagine the average Egyptian of 2000 BC saying, "Why oh you can't fight the pharaoh?" Thus Sartre reflects, following Marx on this point, that only social praxis gives the concrete possibility of social consciousness arising within the masses. This possibility does not arise everywhere in the same way. In America, where capitalism has been allowed to run more freely without an initially imposed Malthusian practice, a clear radicalization of dominating and dominated classes has not arisen. Oppression and the violent reaction of the proletariat does not result merely from the means of production and the workers' social structures but also from a concrete, national past. Furthermore, this neopaternalism, characteristic of advanced capitalistic countries like America and England, demands a certain industrial advancement that was not present in the early 19th century. Capitalism developed policies of concession in certain countries where the proletariat was less radicalized. In this context, Sartre admits that in England, for example, colonial expansion never endangered the homeland and was never coupled with a calculated limitation of new sources of export. Sartre would clearly agree that class oppression exists in both America and Britain but that the classes are more complex and the mystification more subtle. The type and degree of oppression would have to be examined in each concrete context. 12. The bourgeois intellectual class frequently uses analytic reason to justify their oppressive role. Still, to repeat, this does not mean that analytic reason can comprehend the bourgeois practice. On the contrary, the comprehension of both praxis and antipraxis is through the dialectic. Analytic reason could not mystify itself. Rather, it is a tool used by the bourgeois class to justify oppression to itself and to mystify the proletariat into believing that it is not being oppressed but instead is suffering the consequences of its own laziness or lack of natural talent. Again, this does not mean that the intelligibility of bourgeois praxis is analytic. Bourgeois praxis is also dialectical, although in a different way and with a different priority than the dialectical praxis of the proletariat. The dialectic gives the bourgeoisie the perspective from which to use analytic reason, Equality is affirmed in the moment of offering the proletariat a contract and denied because the contract is to accept wages from the bourgeoisie, thus making the wage earner not equal to the EMP lawyer. 13 Such slogans as good pay for an honest day's work create an intellectual Manichean milieu that a priori justifies those on top as virtuous. 14 Sartre notes that the radicalization of the French proletariat was not brought about by ordinary exploitation and the bourgeoisie used analytici reason in a uniquely oppressive way. In the early 19th century, the proletariat was respectful of the bourgeoisie and its property, and of God. They accused the bourgeoisie of being atheistic. But the bourgeoisie used the very ethics that justified property in a way that made the proletariat condemn its ELF. No matter how bad the working conditions were, or how low the wages, the free contract guaranteed, at any moment, the abstract humanity of the worker. Further, if the laws were unjust, the proletariat had the abstract, legal means of changing its situation by electing its own representatives. The proletarians were made to see themselves as deserving their condition. It was this extreme intransigence of the bourgeoisie, an intransigence that existed in varying degrees throughout the 19th century, that eventually enabled the proletariat to see its oppression clearly. Theoretically, the bourgeoisie implicitly affirms analytic reason and denies dialectical raison. Practica, however, it uses the dialectic to construct an analytic reason that defines a humanity suited to its own class. The bourgeoisie claims to be human by virtue of intelligence, culture, scientific knowledge, technical abilities, etc. And while these powers must belong to everyone, the workers partly lack them, 800, f. 74-1, nf. 877. Bourgeois intellectuals, according to Sartre, know the contradiction in the humanism of their elite class. They are capable of knowing the true universality of the human condition, a universality that exists at least potentially in the proletariat. Traditional Marxists, Sartre comments, have not understood the proletariat's attraction for the bourgeois intellectual. The bourgeois intellectual has the ability to formulate a universal humanism and to elucidate the materialistic dialectic that has become the proletariat's own concrete praxis. Regressively, we see that the condition for the possibility of the proletariat's praxis is that our de facto history has developed in a milieu of a cultured scarcity. Scarcity has become the necessary condition for our history because we have made it to be so. The practical realization of this by large segments of the lower classes means that we have arrived at a position in history where the universality of human oppression can be practically comprehended and transcended. In these concluding remarks, Sartre reviews the reasons for the intelligibility of class praxis. He further proposes the question of whether our history as a struggle among classes is intelligible and comprehensible to us in its totality. We have seen that, in a restricted, local context, we can comprehend action as the immediate, positive reciprocity among individuals, such as, for example, in a family discussing how to satisfy its needs or planning how to celebrate someone's birthday. In its abstract, non-historical context, accession can also be comprehended as our local attempts to modify the environment to suit our needs. In this respect, Sartre calls attention to the coefficient of adversity of matter, mentioned in Being and Nothingness. These coefficients are not a surprise or a detriment to freedom. Rather, they are an integral aspect of freedom, for freedom is always the action of a situated organism. The human organism may not succeed in conquering its environment, but 263 Class struggle and dialectical reason. The intelligibility of the free organic action is given in the attempt itself. 15 The intelligibility of a successful climb to the top of a mountain is no greater than another's failure to reach the top. Despite accidents, miscalculations, fear, or laziness, the attempt reveals the human organism's practical power over its environment. Indeed, to be more precise, free, organic action is that through which the material inert becomes an environment, with both its practical malleability and its resistance. 16 in a footnote, E. 811N131, F. 749N. I. NF. 888N. I. Sartre remarks that our practical power over things is revealed by a woman who jumped from a train, and in her pain kept repeating, "I shouldn't have jumped." But our direct practical power over things, as well as our direct, positive reciprocity with others, is abstract. We have seen that abstract, in this context, does not mean theoretical. Action, as distinct from praxis, is abstract because it practically prescinds from the question of historical significance and historical influences. In this respect, action is praxis stripped of its historical relations and limited to a very local context. On its own level, this abstract freedom is real and it may be positive. A family may truly enjoy a birthday celebration devoid of conflict. On this level, it is not necessary to see action as developing within a milieu of scarcity. In this respect, it also seems consistent with Sartre's philosophy to suggest that a bourgeois liberalism is relevant to eliminating local injustices. Within local parameters, one must condone a government that gives a poor child a chance at a general education, regardless of the wider historical alienations that are involved. But, in our historical milieu, abstract action is altered by wider forces, although the degree of the influence can only be determined by a study of the concrete situation. In an extreme case, such as a national war, the alteration is obvious and frequently tragic. A family celebrating a birthday party in Hiroshima during 1945 had its happiness evaporated when the atomic bomb exploded. 17. Of course, a personal tragedy such as the mother's falling down the stairs would also have altered the birthday celebration. But every life, precisely as organic, lives with the threat of accidents. The destruction of war, however, is suffered as the consequence of one freedom's being controlled by another freedom. War reveals that we live within a fixed material context in which a part of humanity is defined as subhuman. The ultimate purpose of dropping bombs is not the immediate killing but the subsequent domination and control of nations. The meaning of praxis is that it is the comprehension of our intelligible struggle against the Manichaeism of the other who would define the law of humanity for us. For Sartre, of course, this struggle is not, at its heart, the simplistic fight of national wars as such, but the continuing struggle of the lower classes against the higher classes, precisely insofar as the higher classes have power groups directing and being directed by the sovereign government. Our study began with the UN critical acceptance of our complex historical situation as a contingency that gives rise to necessary relations. Beginning from the present, our regressive study sought to elucidate the intelligible structures of praxis. The aim was not to reveal how history may have arisen from prehistorical actions. This latter enterprise is important, but the investigator must realize that this objective past is not easily separated from the past of our history. The critique has established that to claim to know the past as past is to adopt a non-historical perspective on history that uncritically puts us at the end of our own history. The end of history is signaled neither by the apocalyptic pronouncement of its demise nor by the cultured isolation of philosophers or mystics intuiting or listening for poetic gleamings of a new reality. A history ends only when old praxis cease. The Middle Ages have ended, but our history, that of the last century and a half, is still with us. The being of our history is greater than our individual lives, but this greater than itself both has been made by and is sustained through our praxis. History can be altered only if we unite to form and direct a new greater than human, which can then become the condition for the possibility of new praxis. There was no original fall from grace or a state of nature, except that fall which we collectively have brought on ourselves, and there is no salvation except that which we collectively can provide for ourselves. Still, if we have not come to the end of our history, we have reached a stage where our struggle against our own inhumanity can be comprehended in each of our attempts to attain greater freedom. This struggle is meaningful not as a conflict between an isolated individual and the forces of history, but rather as the collective struggle of individuals within a class fighting against oppressing classes. The struggle is meaningful and therefore comprehensible, although the degree of understanding will depend on the individual's involvement in the struggle. This involvement will reveal the bonds among pressure groups, institutions, and serially connected individuals. Today, we can see that we are being manipulated at a distance. The struggles in Poland and Vietnam show how clearly the average person comprehends the historical significance of their fight for freedom. Peasants there were both aware of and opposed to all forces that would keep them oppressed, whether communist or American. Of course, it is possible that an enemy's power will be so great that a person's 265 class struggle and dialectical reason. Freedom is engulfed and turned into a pure thing. But such absolute defeat is based on ignorance, such as the failure to comprehend and contract all new weapons. Is ignorance in itself reveals that where struggle continues as effective, it is comprehensible. Nevertheless, this intl give I lit y does not imply that the struggle is only among organized groups. This praxis is a class praxis. The situation is totalized without a totalizer. But can such totalization indeed be intelligible? Implicitly, we have already answered this question in our elucidation of group praxis and the praxis of CLS being. We have seen that neither group praxis nor the praxis of class being is the praxis of super-quasi-organism. There is no super-unity, there is no complete synthesis. On the level of being. That is, on the level of concrete materiality, there is only individual praxis as this takes place within a material complex, such as factories, machines, dress codes, and other material symbols of communication. But neither group praxis nor the praxis of CLS being can be reduced to the praxis of isolated individuals united by mere external relation s. Neither group praxis nor class being are epiphenomena. We have seen first that group praxis is constituted praxis, that is, it is the free praxis of an organic individual insofar as it arises from a mediated reciprocity with some other as a third. This mediation allows individual praxis to be also a common praxis. Furthermore, this mediation is no added to organic praxis, it is praxis precisely insofar as it is historical. Also, this mediation takes place through an environment molded by past freedom and stlcarrying the inertia of these freedoms. But, at every level on which constituted praxis is examined, a free constituent praxis can be seen to have been its origin. Thus, ultimately, constituent PRA11s is the origin of constituted PRAXs, but not in a foundationalist sense. Constituted praxis can neither be reduced to nor deduced from constituent praxis. Constituted praxis appears as a new real at y. Once given, its intelligible origins can then be seen to reside in constituent praxis. In this sense, from the perspective of associate y in which groups in fusion and pledged and institutional groups are given, we can regressively comprehend constituent praxis as giving the conditions for the possibility of constituted praxis. We can further elucidate the necessary, intelligible structures of constituted praxis as it arises from constituent praxis. To claim praxis is co-institute is effectively to maintain that freedom attica lly controls itself, rough mediation and the pledge, so that it reacts to the acti-6 of the practico-inert with a cultured passive activity. In this way, each individual praxis is internally modified so that its primary intentionality is a common result. That is, through the mediation of a third and within the context of an inertia lsys constituent praxis alters itself into constituted praxis, it becomes a quasi-system so that it can fight the antipraxis of the practico-inert. On the other hand, insofar as constituent praxis itself arises from matter, it is also initially altered by previous constituted praxis. In this respect, constituent praxis transcends its constituted past being. Thus, the general intelligibility of constituted praxis is that it is both inertia and transcendence. That is, it is the received residue of freedoms, with their given intentionalities and momentum s, and it is free praxis appropriating this counter-praxis for new purposes. The individual is important, for individuals produce common freedom as an aspect of their individual freedom. This new type of freedom, both individual and common, exists primarily in the individual and secondarily in the environment. Again, from our historical perspective, we see scarcity to have always been a praxis. That is, constituted praxis always carries within it a struggle arising from a sustained scarcity. We have no way of knowing what a historical, positive group praxis, working outside the context of scarcity as praxis, would be like. It is idealism to extend to our historical relations either the positive relations we conjecture to have existed in very early times or the relations that exist today on local levels. Our dialectic is both situated and materialistic. Each level must be approached openly, so as to reveal its unique intelligible structure. In this way, we see conflict not as an epiphenomenon to a history gone astray. Instead, conflict is the concrete intelligibility of our praxis, that is, it is the intelligibility of action as historical. Our study has also revealed that groups appear as concrete on ly in relation to the class to which they belong. Although groups in fusion and pledged groups do not endure, they do raise the awareness of both their class institutions and their serially connected individuals. On this truly historical level, individual freedom is neither an abstract common freedom nor a general serial relation. The nature of one's freedom depends on whether one is in the oppressor or oppressed class. The praxis of the oppressor reveals itself to the oppressed as constituting the necessity for living, the impossibility of living, and it further reveals the need of the oppressed to transcend this destiny. On an abstract level, a modern woman working in an office may enjoy a dinner with friends while simultaneously comprehending, on an historical level, the absurdity of a situation that requires her to work for low wages in a job that she hates in a society whose scarcity is to a great extent caused by male-dominating praxis of those in the upper classes. That is, she can see that her situation is due to a class praxis. But how is this comprehension possible when it involves a struggle of freedoms trying to outweigh other freedoms? Sartre uses the example of a chess game as a clue to understanding the intelligibility of class praxis. A chess game reveals that each one actively comprehends the freedom of the other. The subject-object relation is here not a mode of subjectivity, it is, rather, a self-elucidating praxis that projects, through the materiality of the situation, the other's freedom as also self-elucidating. In THIS interplay of freedoms, 1. 267 Class struggle and dialectical reason. Attempts to transcend a projected reciprocity. I attempt to comprehend how the other could outweigh me if I move there, and so instead I move here. Praxis thus revealed to be the negation of a negation, my move here is both a negation of where I think the other would expect me to move and a negation of the other's response. The conflict of freedoms is precisely what makes the contest intelligible. As soon as the outcome is determined, so that only one move is possible, the game ceases to be a contest, and the other's freedom becomes an object. But the important point is that the game is comprehensible to those engaged in it and to those watching, precisely insofar as it is an open-ended activity, that is, a praxis. Comprehension is the self-elucidating praxis of both the players, and intelligibility exists in the game itself. A grandmaster, for example, might see where the game is heading better than those involved. There is no transcendent there totalizing the conflict. The totalization comes about through the conflicts of freedoms as they are objectified in this situation. This conflict is not a mutual hatred exchanged by Cartesian minds, nor is it the mere Hegelian existence of the other as a scandal and threat to free dom. Conflict, from this perspective, exists in the situation of the players in practical relation to the chessboard. A programmed contest merely imitates the original human praxis. In every struggle, we have an urgent relation to our objectified being. An army, Sartre notes, that does not comprehend its being, its numbers, equipment, configuration, is headed for defeat. But this objectified being is also a being for others. In an urgent relation, this being for others is not merely a fixed objectivity. It is our projection of the other as already attempting to defeat us and as now being defeated by us instead. An army is a threat to another only if it already comprehends the other's power and has already attempted to transcend that power. We thus comprehend our class struggle both because we are taking part in it and because it is intelligible as a struggle. But is there one struggle, one totalization, one history, one truth? Critically, our investigation has not justified this assumption. What we have shown is that historical totalizations, such as in France, reveal struggle to arise from a milieu of scarcity. Uncritically, the meshing of national interests, economies, and the speed of communication seem to indicate one totalization. But the task of establishing TS is complex. 19 Thus far, our investigation has been regressive from only a synchronic perspective. 20 That is, at each stage, we have taken into consideration only forces simultaneous in time and then compared this complex of forces with a complex of future simultaneous forces. For example, we saw that a later humanism revealed that of the anarcho-syndicalist as a Limite humanism. The relation between these humanisms was based on the differences in their mate realities, namely, the practico-inert and the materiality of a new transcending praxis. For example, we examined the substitution of universal machines, such as the lathe, by machines adapted to a division of labor. We noted that the consequent praxis of an unskilled labor force saw its common humanity through the new machines. What Sartre calls the diachronic depth of practical temporalization has not been attempted. If it were, we would have a different perspective on the way the present sustains and surpasses the past and the way this past of our present reciprocally alters our present. The task would be to see this temporalization as an unfolding. This unfolding would not be from an atemporal past to the present. Nevertheless, it would attempt to comprehend the past of our history. That is, if there is a history, the regressive study would have to reveal a past, not in the sense of a prehistorical beginning capable of being comprehended from a trans-historical perspective, but in the sense that one past now exists for us. Furthermore, the movement would have to then become progressive. This new synthetic, progressive movement would not aim at predicting the future. Rather, it would attempt to reveal how we have developed a single history by sustaining in existence only those aspects of our past that are useful for our present technological society. The purpose of the completed study will be to show how our past praxis gave us the limits of our humanity, and how we now sustain these limits in existence. That is, its goal will be to reveal the present, constituted, a priori conditions for our history in the hope that these can be altered and directed toward a better humanity than we now possess. 2.1. Sartrean scholars are unanimous in praising the comprehensiveness of the existing bibliographies of Sartre's extensive writings and the writings of his critics. After mentioning a few of the standard bibliographies, I will limit my own list to those works actually cited in the text. English translations are given for Sartre's writings, with the original versions included only if they were cited.